Go get started. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows board members to prepare for the upcoming regular meetings through these pre-work sessions. Sessions are typically more casual for info gathering and no votes will be taken. We'll begin with our book study for the year, The Governance Core. Board Member Utz, chapter 2 is yours, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Board Chair Herndon. I thought that we would, each of us take an opportunity to talk about what we felt worked well out of this chapter. I want to be clear, I know I've been a critic of this book, but there were things in this chapter that I found helpful. But I feel like it would be remiss if we didn't also, each of us, take the opportunity to offer a critique of something that they found short in the chapter. Let me just use that word. And I can maybe start. One of the things that I thought was most helpful, so a generalized critique that I have is that the book has a tendency to avoid specificity. But on page 40, where it is talking about characteristics of governing mindsets and how to be effective about it, one of the sentences that stood out to me was that a characteristic of a governance mindset is that trustees run towards complexity and depth rather than run away from it. And I felt that that was a really good encapsulation of understanding what is meant by systems thinking, understanding what is meant by the role to not overlean on each of our independent expertise, but as a group to grapple with the complexities of a complete system. I felt like that was an excellent encapsulation of what we are tasked with and expected to do as a team. I also felt the figure 2.1, the 6 C's, I felt that is a very good layout of they're using the term global competencies, but in general competencies for managing very, very complex environments. I was pleased in reading through this that I think every single one of these points makes it into our strategic plan in one way or the other, and in particular in how we think about what is our objectives for teaching our students. So that I was also pretty pleased about. The last thing that I was pleased to read about, and I actually it reminds me to follow up with Superintendent Whitaker. On page 45, it describes one of our most valuable activities is take time to actually visit the schools. Yeah. And so I believe that we are due a visit to half the schools that I think, and so we'd like to follow and make sure that we do have the opportunity to schedule that. I also think that would be an excellent opportunity for our newest board member to join us on some of those tours.
Board Member Utz, as soon as I read that part, I immediately sent need to get this scheduled. I know for Board Member Anderson, we want to try to work around your greatest level of availability, which meant it needs to probably be next week, which I don't think it could be. So, yes, we did think about, and when I read it, I immediately sent the email. So
fantastic.
It made me think about it. Yes,
great. I think this is quite an important critique. On page 39, the top of page 39, they start well, describing that strategic thinking and strategic planning is often confused with one another. I don't disagree with that. I actually also agree with the second sentence. Strategic thinking refers to the mindset that drives the work of governance. I completely disagree with the definition of strategic planning. We did the strategic planning. We as a community did the strategic planning. Those strategic plans then go to the administration to be operationalized. That is the point of operational planning, tactical planning, execution planning. It is different, and I didn't project, I understand what they're trying to say. I think being unspecific like that is part of the frustration that I've had with some of this text. So with that, are you ready to go, or do you want me to pass it along this way and let you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Board Member Johnson Davis, would you like to take a pass?
Well, I don't know if it's because, you know, it hasn't been too long since we since we read the last book, and we've had, you know, the SBA training, this summer. These kind of feel like reminders for me. There was nothing groundbreaking, which I guess is affirming. You know, there's just, I feel like different lingo that they add to certain ideas and concepts. But you know, I was like, yeah, this sounds like what we're doing. But these are, you know, I think helpful reminders. You know, the manner, like when I first, at the beginning of the chapter, I was like, what is manner? And so, like, it just seems like kind of an odd label. You know, but, you know, basically I thought, you know, just kind of reminders about board norms and how do we interact and how we present ourselves. So that was it for me.
Do you find that, so, I mean, a lot of the information in this book is presented as groundbreaking, where you have the shortcomings of not having this information, and I feel that does not comport to my actual experience on this board and working with GSBA.
You know, I'm constantly thinking about GSBA, as, you know, which, you know, shout out to them, because I'm like, they cover this, and they're doing it for, you know, all of these districts in the state of Georgia, and so, like, our other, you know, state school board, school board associations, you know, not doing these things.
Well, I want to say, I have not shared before, but this was the recommendation by GSBA, because this is part of the foundation of a high-performing school board, that they would be able to understand this, and this is really the foundation for a lot of what they create to give to us. So I'm glad that it feels like it's a reminder and a reiteration, because that's what it should be, which is great.
Board Chair Herndon.
Part I liked was top of 44. They're discussing what it means to be a trustee, and this challenge definitely spoke to my first little bit, which is no one can know everything. Looking back at the district, how could a trustee have deep knowledge about transportation, food services, healthcare facilities, construction, finance, and budget, and then construction and curriculum, and I could go on and on and on and on the list. And I think that when you are a new board member, and I struggle with this as well, it's like a constituent or someone hits me with something, I know that. Like, at this point, like if I got an in-depth question about bus routes, as a board member, I think it's important to say, I have no idea, but I can get the answer for you. And if there's a policy flaw causing that, I can start that conversation. But then I do have parents that look at me like, you don't know the bus route that tally and which bus my child should be on?
Are you tempted to say yes to that?
I think, yes. I think that I'm, you know, I think it's natural, my personality, you share this, right? To be like, yeah, of course, I know that. I can get, but when the correct answer is I can get the answer to it, and being a good trustee means approaching that with the right stuff. Because the truth is until we embrace it, like, expert in any way that this community is elected to tell you how the student to staff ratio at Glenwood Elementary should be broken down. That is not my role. That is not something that I am qualified to do or hired to do. Are we funding those things? What is the priority of the budget that leads to paying staff so that we can attend? Oh, no, that I can get excited about. So I actually like that. I think it gave me the confidence to say like that. But then the second part, which is really important, I think, is that cycle of mistrust. It made me think back about other board members that I've worked with where, or just even in past relationships when I've been privy to like, there's a gap there between this person saying this and me believing it. That's not a good working board. And so as an administrator, I thought part of this is talking to the superintendent, which is you've got, Ms. Anderson comes on as a new board member, she's going to ask questions. And rule number one is earning trust and earning faith, because if that's never brought on, it's impossible for her to be a good board. How could you if your first response, and I just use you as the newest member, right? Like I show up and I'm asking questions. There have been other administrators who are just like, well, I just don't trust you. We're going to be a bad board if we don't trust the information that we're given or look elsewhere, because we have to say, I don't notice so much stuff to be a good board.
Can I just go back?
Yeah.
That was, when I first started reading chapter 2, trust is what popped up into my mind, and maybe because we have been on previous boards to have that shared experience.
Yeah.
But it's really about a level of trust between board members, between board members and superintendent, and the staff.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I do think it's worth pointing out that we are in a better place, a lot of it. I have served on mostly the makeup of this board and have always been very pleasantly surprised by how effective the work. That's all Gina. Dr. Whitaker?
Yes, to echo that trust component, one of the things that was shared at GSBA new board member training, it was the key element to effectiveness is trust amongst
Gotta be
the
there.
board. And when I read it, I immediately thought back to that session that I attended at GSBA. So it speaks directly to it. I will also say what are now the 6 C's. The original 4 C's would be communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. But to know that we now talk about citizenship, and we also talk about character.
Mm.
And that speaks specifically to me, to our vision, our mission around who we are as Decatur, and just our vision, like I said, and probably our shared beliefs as well.
Start out by saying I struggled with this chapter a little bit. I think the overall organization of it, I understood, but then within each subheading, I felt like it bounced around a lot. So I had to go back and read some things twice, which I found frustrating. So I would start off with one thing, there would be a concept, and then they would throw in like an anecdote or a story, which I felt like was completely unrelated, and then I would get a little confused. So sometimes tying all of the things together, I struggled with a little bit. It was helpful to have the little icons at the side so I could remember exactly what they were getting at. But sometimes I find stories like in margins that are not related. I find that confusing. So it was kind of hard to tie all these things together loosely without it seeming redundant, like the same concept repeating itself in a different flavor. I think the thing that stood out to me the most was actually towards the end when they talk about manner. I thought it was somewhat controversial, but I kind of got the point, which is that a lot of what we do here is not necessarily in concept, but in delivery. And I think he has a quote here, which said they may not forget what you said, they will forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made it. And I thought that was a Maya Angelou.
I did too.
I had to go look it up, but apparently there is some controversy about who actually gets credit for it. But if you Google it, still is Maya Angelou. But, and then, you know, he talks about how board should take a board meeting, edit out the sound, and then see what you look like, what are like, what your body tone looks like, because it's true, so much of your communication is actually not verbal at all. And I think that's an important point when, you know, communicating with stakeholders, your colleagues, coworkers. So much of getting your message across is in how you're delivering it. People not listen. They don't feel like they your word choices. But I did think, as I was reading this, I was like, there's a lot of room for bias there. I think is a lot of my other roles and jobs. I think a lot of the way that I say things is often misinterpreted. Because I'm a woman, maybe it's my size, maybe I'm a woman of color. I think sometimes people think that if you don't say things a certain way, you can misinterpret those things. So when I went back and read that for the second time, I really was offended by the first part of it. You know, sometimes I said what I said wasn't be offensive, it just ain't very direct, or mean. So I think you could take that in any kind of way. But at the end of it, I think the core of it is that sometimes when dealing with parents, community members, parents of concern, or even dealing with each other, sometimes it's not what we're saying, it's how we're saying it to one another.
Sure.
That makes a difference in how we're getting across, and ultimately drives forward.
So I highlighted, well, one, you know, I try to ignore the style, but I guess I will start with, I would like to see more specificity that applies to us. Because it just feels a little bit like the last book with we're arguing about paint color, and I just don't see any of that on this board. So, you know, I do appreciate it, but I want real world examples versus the ones that just hover in something that I don't see. But I did highlight things like, what more important to the trustee on page 30 is about the understanding the ambiguity of the gray area that exists between the two, and that is between the function of governance and administration and curriculum instruction. I think it is important to do that. Like, there's that strategic planning and that day-to-day versus the visioning. So I quite like the ambiguity. I also like the idea, I think it was on the same page, Hans, that you cited, 40, perhaps most of all those trustees who become more effective are willing to go outside their comfort zone to gain new understanding. And so I do ask a lot of questions because I like learning and I want to know. I think one of the challenges is knowing when, you know, my doctor used to joke, or my daughter's pediatrician, like, okay, you're maxed out on your questions. Give me the sheet of paper now. So, you know, still knowing when the questions are effective for what we're doing and when the questions are more of a kind of personal need to understand what's happening. So those were the two biggest things for me.
I do want to second that. I did acknowledgement that there is a gray area. I mean, that's going to exist, and that's a part of the complexity that we have to sort of accept. Remember, Joanna?
What stood out to me was on page 49, figure 2.2, where there's data on the importance of verbal and nonverbal communication. And what, you know, kind of shocked me, because I didn't really know this, 7% of the communication importance in words, it like says a lot about the board, and then like trust isn't always established, you know, with words, but rather actions. I think that that's such a big part of the communication, and especially on the board, how actions are just they go a lot further than words do. And then how on page 50, it kind of talks about how empathic listening, which means listening with the intent to understand, which I also feel is largely important to communicate. Yeah.
What's interesting about that, I'll just make a small anecdote to wrap this up. That relationship, the ability to feel heard, to hear, and to be able to effectively communicate that hearing beyond just words, without going into any details, Dr. Johnson Davis and I have a very, very concrete disagreement, a point of view on some issues facing the board. And I do feel very much that it is only because of the awesome amount of respect that I hold her in that we're able to express those differences without it affecting our underlying relationship. So I did want to thank you. To acknowledge that that's a real dynamic.
Yes, thank
Yep.
you.
All right, and that was it.
Thank you, Board Member Utz. Next month, Dr. Whitaker will facilitate Chapter 3, Superintendent Governance Mindset. And we'll move on to the next item, updated board norms. Dr. Whitaker?
Yes, board norms has been updated to reflect the presence of the student board representative and the feedback that was provided last month during pre-work. The changes are reflected on page 5. Any discussion? It's towards the bottom of the page where we added the information.
I did want to say that I agree with the changes that were made. I mean, I do largely feel like this could be written for all of us. I mean, we certainly don't have, I think, the right to demand a response from any one of us, but I appreciate documenting it in this way for the reasons we want to have it documented.
I thought it captured our, very involved conversation well.
Awesome. All right, so and I'll send one across the table. We will sign that and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your all. Yeah, that paragraph's great.
Awesome. So, Chair Herndon, I would like to actually call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton. She is our Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. We are going to have an early learning panel. So as you can see in front of you, we do have 3 educators by trade in the fact that they work in this space. They may not be actually teaching children, but they are leaders in their own right. And so Mrs. Burton will facilitate a few questions, and then obviously you as board members will be able to ask as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this really important discussion on early childhood education with City Schools of Decatur school board members. And we're really thrilled to have you guys here to offer your insight. Our panelists bring a wealth of knowledge and experience from their work in education and community impact. So I'm going to read a little bit about them to introduce them. Brittany Collins is an experienced social impact strategist with over 15 years of experience in urban public education and the nonprofit sector. As Executive Director of the Betty and Davis Fitzgerald Foundation, Brittany oversees grant making and strategies supporting organizations focused on educational health access to low-income families. She previously led the PACT initiative at Gears, working to enhance early childhood education in partnership with the Atlanta Mayor's Office. Brittany has been recognized for her leadership and civic engagement and holds a BA from Spelman College and a Master of Education from Georgia State University. Next, we've got Christine Ramirez, who has dedicated over 20 years to Marietta City Schools, where she has held roles in elementary and middle and administration. She's the founder of Emily Lembeck Early Learning Center, which ensures that all children in Marietta have access to free, high-quality pre-kindergarten. Christine is passionate about community partnerships and early learning, believing that they are foundational for lifelong learning. Her current focus includes promoting the science of reading and creating trauma. And last, we've got Rachel Spreacher, who serves as the Relationships Manager at the R. Howard Dobbs Jr. Foundation, where she oversees grant making and education, health, and the environment across Georgia. Prior to joining the foundation, Rachel spent 7 years as the Executive Director of Partnerships and Development at Atlanta Public Schools, building strong corporate, philanthropic, and external relations. She also brings her experience from other K-12 district roles and is actively involved with organizations such as Hands On Atlanta and the Boys and Girls Club of Metro. So we're excited to hear their perspectives on how school districts can effectively prioritize and support early childhood education. So let's dive into questions. So my first question is for Christine. Over the last several years, we've seen more and more school districts invest in early childhood programming with the goal to lay a stronger foundation for later educational years. Can you share examples of the benefits and outcomes you've observed of districts and communities prioritizing early childhood education?
Thank you all for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. To talk about early learning, when we, before we opened our Early Learning Center in Marietta, we had a year to prepare. And actually, we visited your very own College Heights, which was fabulous. It was one of the reasons, seeing the different early learning centers, that we chose to do a center versus doing pre-K in the elementary school. We definitely found that was a benefit versus having them spread out. Some of the things that we focus on to ensure that we're doing what we need to do is, number one, data. A lot of times data gets lost with early learning, right? Because they're little. What are you going to look at? So over the years, we've done a couple of things. We follow our children to kindergarten. So I know where my children are in pre-K, they're moving on to kindergarten. We use an assessment called MAP, and I follow that MAP data for my kids. Year after year, based on the early learning, I had that data to show that the kids that attend my early learning center performed significantly better than kids that did not perform my center. A lot of times we get lost in the data piece, and I don't find that a lot of people value data when it comes to early learning, but it is a very important piece. The other piece is so you can't get rid of small private centers, right? You need those. Those are very important for the state of Georgia. But school systems, what we know is that when families feel connected, they want to stay with the system. So one of my goals is to really help my families feel connected and want to stay in Marion City. Because we know transiency creates what? Issues later on. So we want them to stay. So building that connection, having them be part of the school. The other piece, which you can see as a pro, but also it's a financial con, is child find. So in the past, before early learning, these children that were having difficulty would come in your door at the kindergarten, right? There was nowhere to catch them before. Now we're catching them earlier. So your numbers in your special education in your ages 3 through 4 is increasing, which then turns into additional funds. But you're either going to spend the money in ages 3 and 4 and do early intervention, or you're going to catch it in kindergarten. So in my opinion, it balances us out. We've seen an increase in our numbers, but I think over time we'll see a decrease in the K through 5, right? Because we're offering that early intervention. And just access to quality early learning. We are considered Georgia Pre-K. So we are partly funded by Georgia Pre-K, and we are partly funded by Marietta City. Everything we do instructionally has intentionality. We focus on the science of reading, that phonological awareness, that language development, that social emotional piece that a lot of people have stopped talking about is so important for birth through 4. And we focus on all of those different pieces, which then leads into kindergarten. So now kind of you have these teachers, and just kind of the district has said there's a difference between the kids that have gone to early learning and the kids that haven't. So as you see the years go by, you see a difference, and the data supports it.
What are some of the significant challenges that you've observed?
So I will say I'm an expensive program. If you ever talk to our superintendent, he says I'm very expensive, but I always say I'm well worth it. So we are partly funded by Georgia Pre-K. I'll give you kind of some approximations. My program, just general education, not special ed. If special ed would have to be there regardless of me, right? Just general education is about $1.8 million a year, and Georgia Pre-K, which has significantly increased their amount they're spending this coming year, which is great. I'm approximating they're going to give us about $900,000 of that. So it'll be about a 50-50 even split. So with that, the financial piece is definitely a barrier. Finding the families that are needed. So in the beginning, we're a very small radius, so we're about 9 miles in Marietta City. We do not offer transportation. That was one thing that we were not willing to do just because of the cost and just the buses, retrofitting the buses and all the different pieces of it. So we, finding those families, we have weighted our system. The great thing is we've become sought after, but who wants us? The middle and upper class want their children to go to our center. So we do a lot of work with working in our low-income areas. We go to the apartment complexes to register the children, and we weight them on our lottery. So when we have a lottery, children that live in certain communities are weighted differently. So it is working. Over the past couple of years, we've had wait lists, and the families that are typically from our middle and upper class areas or employees. Employees also have the option to come to the center, but again, they're part of the lottery. So the weighting is working. So right now, we're about 50-50. We're about 50 low income, 50 middle and upper class. We'd like to have more low income. Again, it just goes back to finding those families. I know one thing you guys are looking at. The other thing that can be a challenge in early learning is just the idea of ensuring you're intentional with your instruction in every area. Everything you do should be intentional, and it should always have a specific outcome based on academic rigor. Therefore, right, so there's a lot of play happening, but all that play has intentionality, and ensuring that that's happening and it's just not turning into kind of your typical day.
Brittany, you served as the previous PAC director in the city of Atlanta and now serve in a role with based on your experience establishing strategic coalitions and shared vision for regional impact, what are the most critical actions community partners, philanthropy, and districts can take to work together to meet the needs of young children?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I will say, as a person that served as a founding director of PAC, one of the strongest documents that allowed me to really identify partners around certain strategies is here's the district partners together. So they wanted to do early learning. Early learning is that's a big term, right? And it's not just your center, it's all of the other wraparound services, attributes, practices that you're building around that. So one of the strongest things they did, I actually inherited it, but it was a report, and folks spent about 9 months. Those folks included representatives from the district, representatives from the city, business leaders, community leaders, childcare providers. I was able to benefit from that runway when I came in 3 years because that vision had been set and people saw themselves in that. So it wasn't just, oh, we're gonna, invest in this one program. There were a set of recommendations that we really corralled around, and I think because one, we had that report that set out the recommendations, which are also guardrails, because everyone has lots and lots of ideas, but it's right now to be able to build some momentum, both from a funding standpoint, both from a specific zip code in a bigger city, to say we have limited funds or limited capacity, where are we going? I don't want to underestimate co-creation and planning. That took about 9 to 18 months before anybody even knew what PAC was, but that was so strong. I would say getting in the seat, once we had our guardrails, one of the first things were who were doing the work. Because with early learning, you can have pre-K in school districts, you can have pre-K at private centers. That's a lot of turf. So one, identifying what are existing assets in the community, who are your anchor partners who can lead on implementation, but also that when we identify gaps, that's really where our city partners came in. So working with the city of Atlanta, Rachel was actually at Atlanta Public School at the time, working with APS to say, these are the gaps around what we've heard from community that don't exist in our community. Who can lead on that? And then who can lead on the funding? And because I'm speaking to the school board, and now putting my funding hat on, the one thing we look for is where are public dollars and where's philanthropy, supplementing and not supplanting. We get so many different requests where, because I spent time in an advocacy organization, so helping an organization say, we can come in at the 30%, but have you actually talked to DeKalb? You're fundraising for pre-K law, but are you on a list? Are you leveraging that public stream? So as you are looking at your role in the school board, really thinking about your budget and being innovative. Like, maybe they haven't used it that way, but for the PACT work, for the first time ever, the city and Atlanta Public Schools directed investments towards early learning. ACS invested in eight-week-olds, and they don't have eight-week-olds in the door, but they knew the return on investment. And that really was because of the school board school board collectively and the superintendent. It's because we haven't used our public funding or those line items that I don't ever want to be responsible for if they figured it out. How can we allocate public funding? And that was so much easier to make the case when we took the fundraising, the scale, to our philanthropic partners, to our corporate community. And they raised $21 million in 13 months. And that was because we were able to say, this is what the school board put in, this is what the city put in, and we're counting on you, corporate community or philanthropic community. And I think it really was the success of not duplicating services, figuring out the unique role that all of those different players can play, but undergirding that, it was really, to me, the report that I was able to inherit was 8 recommendations where my guideposts were I was fundraising, whether I was identifying partners, and I said a lot of no's because that's just not what we're doing in the first 4 years. But I hear you, and also last, for taking it to Rachel, was really community engagement along the way. Started during COVID, and we had to do some virtual, picnics. We had all these partners, but I go to Washington Park and show flyers, and moms are like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So to me, there was a disconnect. If we say we're serving as family, and we're sharing all of the logos of the partners, and they don't have any idea, we're not doing something right. So that continuous improvement, our partners, including our school board, including our city, including our childcare providers, who had to leave our missions at the door. Our work was all anchored around this common goal of increasing access and quality. So I heard you all talk about trust. Trust was the anchor, and accountability and sort of guardrails. Focus was key to start that work.
Rachel, so you've served on both sides with the district partnership and then, also on the philanthropy side. So bring it together for us. So, how do funders evaluate the impact of the district's effort?
Yeah, well, I would say asking for money, giving away the money, not easier. But both have been so valuable, and it's such a board members, Dr. Whitaker, thank you for helping. So I think the way I think about it is kind of 3 buckets. So the first, a funder will think about alignment. So many foundations, philanthropy, whether the origin of the wealth is a family or another donor, there's something called donor intent, which means that's the intention that the donor set for the funds to go to. So in the case of the Dobbs Foundation, Mr. Howard Dobbs was a life insurance executive, actually the Dancing Goats here in Decatur used to be a Georgia Life building. He made his wealth that way, decided to leave his assets to a foundation. And the 3 things that were important to him were the environment, education, and health. And then within those areas, he had ways that he wanted to fund. So that's important to know because you could have the best project in the world, but if it's not a fit with the foundation's guidelines, it doesn't mean the work's not valuable. It's just, that alignment is important. So that's one of the filters in which funders make decisions. The second is relationships. So Brittany mentioned trust. I think of this work a lot like Shark Tank or dating, like sometimes in Shark Tank, a person presents and, the idea might not be fully fleshed out, but something about the person says, I believe in you, and so I want to go where you're going, and I'm going to attach to your train. And so relationships, trust. I heard a statistic that said something like, maybe Brittany, this, 18 to 24 months to close a major gift or something. I mean, it takes work. It takes relationship building, stewardship, longevity, really getting to know these funders and kind of iterating back and forth and building that relationship. And then the third part is the outcomes and kind of evaluating the evidence. This has really changed in philanthropy. Even when I was at APS, raising money, that
a lot of evidence, outcomes, and exchange. Now there's a philosophy called trust-based philanthropy, which is to do good work and not really like demanding outcomes in exchange for funding or outcomes-based funding. But they are going to want to see, you know, evidence, not real statistics or numbers or hard numbers, but evidence of what the outcomes that you want, the desired outcomes that you want. So, you know, why do you want the early year learning center? Because foundational education is the most important predictor of success going forward. Evidence that it's going to be high quality, more kind of qualitative things. They will also, you know, want to see things like for a capital request, they'll want to know, you know, the land's yours, are you going to have to purchase it, are you going to have to do a lease, you know, funders will ask those kind of questions. Basically, they want to know that the investment is not, you know, money not well spent. So that's really what they'll be looking for. They have competing priorities, of course, across 3 areas, or in our foundation, 3 areas. We have a limited budget to begin with, and so we just want to make sure the investments are really sound. But that doesn't mean, you know, if it's a new thing or a pilot, you know, like I said, if it's intriguing, you know, we will support that, but those are kind of some of the questions that they'll ask. They're also going to want to know about community buy-in and stakeholder support. Sometimes they're going to want to know about other funders. So Brittany mentioned, you know, how much funding is the district going to have skin in the game? Are there other funders that are going to come in? Are you only relying solely on the, you know, one foundation? So it's multifactorial, but I think those 3 things, alignment, relationships, and outcomes, you know, shared outcomes, are how we would evaluate.
Looking forward, what role do you see school districts playing in the broader early childhood education landscape?
So one of the things that Brittany mentioned is this idea of early learning, not just being the center. And that is exactly right. I think a lot of times we think that if you're offering pre-K or if you're offering a center, that's all you need to do, when in actuality it's about a community. So our ultimate vision is to be the hub of Marietta City. So we all, I don't necessarily provide resources, right? Like I'm not going to be able to work with 2-year-olds, or I'm not going to be able to help families get different programming, but can I help them actually go get those resources? Absolutely. So we see ourselves as the community hub, so where if family's having trouble with finding a pediatrician or finding location for food or any of those basic necessities, we have a lot of, I don't know if you've ever tried to navigate the world of birth through 3 if your child is not typical developing. It is hard. It is a really hard world to navigate. So we've really gotten into that piece of it, and that's going to better us, right? Because now these kids are getting early intervention. So we have become kind of the hub, and we help support them finding resources. That's one piece. The other piece is we received a grant about 3 years ago, and I have a person who is founded in the science of reading and 4-year-olds, 3 and 4-year-olds, and she actually goes into our private centers. And we have centers that work with us, and she works with the teacher, she coaches, we offer professional development. We've seen the other world. We have lots of resources, the school systems are much better prepared than these private centers. So having that person go into these private centers, it alleviates some of the barriers and it kind of levels the playing field. We also have been able to follow those children. So then we can say to the center, hey, this is how your children are doing. So it builds that relationship, it builds community, and they now believe they're part of us, right? Like you always want to be part of the bigger of your community, so they feel that way. And the final thing that we're beginning to start, we haven't started it yet, is we're going to do something called learning spaces. And those are for families that either have birth through 4 and they don't go anywhere necessarily. You have one group that may have nannies. You have one group who may just stay at home moms or families that just stay home with the children. There are places they can go and actually get 2 hours of good academic mom and child or dad and child. It's not a drop-off. It is an actual relationship where you're actually kind of working with the parent to also provide what you do with little kids, right? So it's not just I'm going to drop my child off. We're gonna read together. We're gonna talk about kind of the different things that you should be doing with your child, the nursery rhymes. How do you do all of that early learning, which is easy, but families don't know. Not, they just don't know it. So we're gonna start in November, 3 learning spaces in 3 different locations in our at-risk population. So all of that is early learning. All those different pieces is helping that early learning. So school systems could kind of become that hub and branch out. They don't have to have the resources for everything, but connecting the community, the families to their resources is only going to help the school system in the long run.
Love the learning space. So, question for everyone. If you had one wish to be fulfilled for the early childhood system in our region, what would it be?
I'll start.
Every child has access to a very high quality early learning program, and that, I guess, to early learning are respected and paid, successfully.
I want to take that same one, really have a system set up to where the K through 12 model is the same as the birth through 5. The communication between the birth through 5 and the K through 12 is just, it's 2 totally different worlds. So if there could be some alignment and just equity.
I mean, the only addition is, and if we had all of those things, ease the process for parents. You know, you have the central enrollment for K-12. If your child has children, you have a 3-year-old, you have to call many different centers and many different, and I think about families who don't have the gift and the privilege of time. That is a barrier. Think about families who have to make different decisions just to live daily life, and we think about equity and removing barriers. What does it look like if we have these strong systems for the system to take on that navigation burden and ease the process of being a little easier?
To open up the floor for our board members, just jump in and ask any questions or just have an open discussion.
So I did actually have a question around, so this is kind of directly towards Marietta, but in general, when we're thinking about just the capacity of a centralized system, how did you think about that? And how do you, obviously the goal, the optimal state would be no wait list, with infinite resources. You end up thinking about what the right balance of space versus cost was in a place like Marietta, or in general across APS.
So I would say I'd love to add more classrooms, but I don't have the space. So what I know is I can really only impact 100 typical Georgia pre-K students at this time. So when we were built, we said we want to impact the community at the largest scale possible. So I know I only have 100 seats in my center, so what are we going to do to make an impact in this? And we have about 650 kindergartner kids every year. So I impact 100 of them, right? So there's about 550 kids that I want to touch somehow. And so that's how we kind of worked through the capacity building. We received a grant through Literacy and Justice for All, which made it possible. If we would not have had that grant, I have myself and my coordinator, there's 2 of us. So I'm not sure we would have had the capacity to do what we are able to do now, but that grant made it so we could do this outside in the community, work with the center to start the learning spaces. The grant is helping fund that. And we have some fabulous social workers who probably not part of their job, but they are willing to be on our task force. So they do it.
Great, thank you.
Just to add, something I know they did in the school, similar, looking at shared resources. So some of our anchor institutions in APS for the pre-K and APS, but also Sheltering Arms, YMCA. Sheltering Arms and YMCA teachers will then train the private child care centers. And it alleviated competition, like, oh, you're taking my slots, you're taking my kids, but it really formed a community. And also there's something called a P3 fellowship, So the district early learning liaison can be partnered with, private childcare center leads, so they can sort of co-plan to say, oh, well, I have 23-year-olds leaving, how can we make sure they can matriculate easily into APS, or sharing wait lists? We don't have the infrastructure, but because of relationships, they say, I have 10 people on my wait list, and you say, I have 10 vacancies, can I share your parents' information? So those are ways where you don't have to do a big capital campaign, but sometimes, I'll put on the funding hat, if you see proposals and this person has this 80 wait list and they're saying, I'm looking for slots, I'm looking at the same community. So I may ask the question, are they actually talking to each other if we're all saying we want children in said community to have access to early learning, yet we have resources kind of waiting just from lack of.
I have a two-part question to piggyback on that. I think I might be the only person on this panel with a toddler, but I remember vividly what you were describing with the multiple wait lists and the multiple application fees, and the shopping around in centers. And I think to your point, I think there are a lot of families that are holding spots in multiple places, so I think, sharing the wait list is probably, a great idea. But I would like some thoughts, I think, from you guys as to how do we make barriers to applying lessened. I think if I had not had the privilege of having consistent internet access, or being able to download and print something, or if I was at work having my husband print out something, some people wanted some stuff hand delivered, or they wanted things from the pediatrician. My pediatrician's in Chamblee, I didn't have a car. So ways to decrease those barriers for families so that we're able to get the kids in the building that really need to be there. And I guess the second part of that question is, how do we message to the community that, I like the idea of a weighted lottery system, within our community. How do we get that out, that messaging out there that, although some of our more affluent and privileged families can pay, we have, some families that need to get, we need to get their babies in the building first. How you may have gotten that message across in a way that it was received.
One intervention that schools had through partnership with years was the early education ambassadors. These were community members. They were compensated nominally. They wanted to do this. These may you're a senior on the street who knows everything anyway, but they hit the ground. I mean, it takes work. It's not a flyer, put a flyer in a grocery store and say we're doing promo. They flooded the community. They were at housing fairs. They didn't just attend education things. I think the question we would ask is, we're the human beings, in a city, not just, they have to get the parents, but they go to the grocery stores, they go to the housing fairs, they go to the job fairs, places where parents may be, go to parks on the weekend, and they may go to the areas and zip codes. But if we say we are really wanting more children from X area, ambassadors make a plan to sort of flood that area. Also, the ambassadors were from the community, so these weren't nonprofit folks on Saturday who maybe don't have a connection to a community. So these are people you went to church with anyway, to say, hey, this resource exists. I remember an example, we were privileged to have scholarship funds, and we had about $1 million sitting scholarships. Couldn't get families to sign up. But the nonprofit that managed the scholarship funds were the people who were promoting it. We just said, can the ambassador share this? I mean, it was literally 4 days. We had a wait list of the money's gone. So it's really who are your messengers? Who actually is from community? I will highly recommend a task force or something, not just staff of the organization, but finding a meaningful way. It may not be an ambassador model, but a meaningful way to ensure that people who live in the community are co-creating whatever it is that you're doing, but also are the messenger alongside, whatever group is on.
We do something similar. So we have a group it's a nonprofit cost collaborative, which focuses a lot on Marietta City and Cobb County in general. And so they have ambassadors. So we go to food drives together. We actually have families apply. We'll go to the apartment complexes. I find a lot of kindergartners. I'm like, where are my pre-K? But we will actually go to the different hotels and actually have the parents come apply. We will assist them with anything. If they need us to contact the doctor to get it, we will go wherever we need to go to get it. We definitely don't want that to be. Or kind of your middle and upper, part of the wait list barrier that we had was the quality of the early learning center. There are some early learning centers within our community, to be honest, I would not send my child to. And so how do you say, oh, this early learning center has 5 spots when you know that's not a place? So that's one of the reasons why, similar to what Elena did, was really work with those early learning centers and say, do you want to partner with us? Because then I can say, they are one of our partners. Ms. Miller goes out and supports those teachers. She offers professional development. So it gives me a stake in that center, and it gives them a stake, because now I can say, we work with Kitty College. So you know what? That may be one you want to go look at and take a tour and think about. Because if you don't have that, it's hard. I don't know if you've been to many early learning centers, but some of them, they're rough. It's a different world than a school.
I had a question, Ms. Ramirez, I'm sorry. In the introduction, she mentioned that trauma-informed community. How does that play out in the services that you provide for your community?
So we teamed with Pod Collaborative, and actually they are wonderful grant writers. So we got a grant to actually become a trauma-informed community, which means we have lots of resources for families. We offer training through Pod Collaborative for educators and training. One of the things that we found is that a lot of the inequality in birth through 4, right, and what the teachers are being from trauma themselves, right? Like if you're making $12 or $13 an hour, you're living in poverty. So through that trauma-informed, we work with our early learning staff. Through the trauma-informed, we also work with our families. The other piece of that is helping families that don't have the resources. So again, if you live in poverty, everything is hard. Sometimes you have to make a phone call and you're on hold for 3 hours. They don't have time to be on hold for 3 hours. So through that trauma-informed, we help support families find resources. So it's not us necessarily providing the services, it's really helping families navigate the system to obtain them.
I have 2 questions. One is regarding the learning spaces. So are they traditionally during school hours or all hours? And then are those separate, or are they rolling in some of the people that were on the wait list, or just people that we've communicated with who?
We offer it's open to anybody.
Okay.
Birth through 4, and we chose the hours of 10 to 12. Atlanta has quite a few learning spaces. We're actually using the Atlanta learning spaces as our model. So we've been down there, our facilitators, but it really is a non-traditional to capture those families that don't go anywhere. I know Atlanta, who's already established, they have nannies to low-income families. They've also connected food drives. So, like, if your hours are 10 to 12, then at 12 o'clock, they have food pickup. So some families can go and get food. So we have one place we're going to do that. So it's all connected to allow resources for the families, regardless of where they are, low poverty or not.
May I ask a follow-up, because I think this was partly your wish that appeared to be along the table, getting the staff. So, I love what I'm hearing about how, you have multiple learning centers, and so we're taking the staff we have and they're training other teachers, but what does it look like in terms of 2-4 years from now, teachers to work in the early learning center?
That's definitely a barrier because they quit, and then you have to start over. It's definitely a barrier. What I have found is relationships are key. Like, if you can find a coach that really builds a relationship and gives them a connection to your community, they want to be part of something bigger. The first year we started this, people from the early learning centers were saying they worked for Marietta City Schools. So my superintendent was like, what are you doing here? I'm like, no, they work with us. They don't work for us. So it really is that relationship and that connection. So we found our person that goes into the centers is old Marietta. She is just the best personality in the world. She can get along with anybody, and they want to do it because of her. So we still have turnover, don't get me wrong, but teachers call her back. because of that relationship. There's no judging, no judging. So I think that is the key.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so, one of it, and Brittany Pack might have been responsible for this, but one of the things we did at APS was, we realized that there was a disparity between what the pre-K teachers were making, kindergarten teachers, because, pre-K teachers aren't, making enough, they will go to kindergarten or the, so we made that right, with the pay parity adjustment, but I think another thing to remember is just their burnout, and I think pre-K early learning teachers, I have a 3-year-old, like, when I go to my child's center, like, they don't get a day off ever, and so I'm sort of coming in there being like, hey, your job is really hard, what can we do, and I come in and relieve them for, half a day, that's not part of my law, So I guess my message or my point is flexibility, and what can you do to be flexible about some of those, rules or things like that, creative thinking to just support your teachers, because it is not for the faint of heart, and they are educators just as much as like a K-12.
Looked up in Atlanta, there was this conversation around just teacher pay. And we're investing, they were thinking about the science of reading. What if we invest all of this money? These are from business people. Nothing's bad to folks who work in business, but they said from a business perspective, we make all of this investment and they here, said, well, we can't mitigate that. That's a risk here in any profession, one. But second, we work with Rotary of Atlanta for 2 years. It's not a ton of money, but Rotary of Atlanta fundraised, and we call it CCAL, so this is just a part of calling people who already have this data, that approximately how many early learning educators are in the city of Atlanta. And we asked Rotary, would you be willing to raise $500 per teacher, so if they were to stay at the end of the year, they get a $500 bonus. $500 is a ton of money. But what we heard time and time again is I feel invisible, kind of the person here doing nothing. I'm here anchoring. We were the anchors in the pandemic. A lot of child care programs did not close, so, our central work could actually work. And Rotary said, well, we'll take on the effort. And, if you're an early learning teacher and DCAL confirms that you work for a year straight, you get $500. Not a ton, but it feels really good to say, some of the top business leaders in the city see me, and I have this. So it's not a ton, but, both of your points, they just feel invisible sometimes, because they're doing the work in the shadows and making such small amount of pay for just a tremendous effort for our children.
One thing about the training, so this is a little bit how we thought about it at APS with charter schools, and a little bit how I think about it as a funder. So if a charter school, comes to the Jobs Foundation and says, we want to train all our teachers in science of reading or SEL or something, I'll say, we will fund you, but you've got to invite, the teachers from traditional APS neighborhood schools. So for a facilitator or a trainer, just cast a wide net and invite everyone to participate in that training, is kind of how we used to do it. Thank you.
I'm hearing a lot of it's just a financial problems. Like you said, supplement, don't supplant. Legislators love that phrase. You said you're doing something for $2 and you're only getting $1. You talked about philanthropy and public dollars, and we have some, a GEC meeting coming up. We're part of stuff. What would your advice be, given, where you sit, particularly as a philanthropic stuff, to work towards, and I'll share a small anecdote, which is 2 years ago, I sat down with the state senator that's a member of the education board, and I honestly don't think I agree on anything with this man, except for early child learning. He was a huge component. Oh my God, it's great. And so sort of I wanted to come back and be like, well, put your money where your mouth is. What's your advice? What do you see? How would you go about sort of supplementing that dollar so that your superintendent quits telling you that you're expensive because $200,000, or is that just, I'll shut up and I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on that.
Well, I think that Well, let me say a couple of good things have happened. So, you know, Atlanta, you talked about the pay. Georgia Pre-K has actually changed it this year to where now Pre-K teachers, it doesn't help the birth through 3, but Pre-K teachers are being paid on the K through 12 scale. So if you have teachers with master's level, they're being paid on a master's scale. So there is a better benefit for Pre-K teachers. Doesn't help with benefits. Pre-K teachers, which I did not realize up until last year. Again, goes back to the K through 12 realm. I think that in the end, I feel like the more children you can touch, the better impact you're going to make. And so really supporting as a community and saying that you have built it up as a community. I love the idea. I haven't even thought about like this idea of going out and asking private business to help support, because really, I think in Marietta City, we were so invested in it in the beginning, but we had no idea what the cost was going to be. I'll tell you a funny story. I actually worked with Sears the first year and went on a bus tour around the state of Georgia and got to see some amazing early learning centers. And at that time, he no longer is with Marietta City, but I went with a person that was central office. And after the bus tour, he says, okay, do a budget for us. So I sit down and I do based on everything I had learned. And so I call him and I say at that time it was going to be like $500,000 Marietta City money. And he says to me, oh, you only have about 50,000. I'm like, what are you talking about? That is not even going to be anywhere close. So I don't think we had any idea, but once we dove in, it was well worth it in the long run. When you look at the community outcomes, we're sought after, which is fabulous. So I'm not really sure how to fix the money piece of it other than get investors that believe in it in your community. I'll tell you, LaGrange is actually looking at doing this also, and they have found the Callaway Foundation. The Callaway Foundation is going to fund everything. So finding that investor who is willing, committed to your community, funds. I just don't have that yet.
So it really would be so kind of find answers to talk to people who've done this. Marietta now has a model that Atlanta sees. Don't start from scratch, so it's not super slow, but figure out what the lessons learned are. And I will say in the background of all of this momentum, a lot of state policy that's changed because your advocates are talking. That's what changes policy is the practice of. So because we had to work, there's a ton of funding last year. Years ago, you would have had to fundraise privately. Now we have public dollars. So my number one thing is to talk to other school board members who had to make the tough decision to say, I'm going to invest in kids. How did they do it? What was legal? What wasn't legal? I think that will help you alleviate lots of bumps, but then also figure out what's different about Decatur. What are we putting our own spin on based on the assets in our community, based on what we need? Your story may not be Atlanta or Marietta, but there can certainly be structure, shared funding. I mean, a benefit from being close to Atlanta. So there's some, who funded your early learning? There's a lot of talk around. I know my board is saying, I love supporting Atlanta, but can you go find other areas? You're not concentrated in the city. Leverage and lean into that. So that would be mine, is just talk to other and set some priorities and stick with them to learn and expect to fail. It's hard and it's challenging, it's so worth it, and it will help your K-12 students. Take a long time to do this.
Yeah, and I find, a lot of times the how or the what is the same and the North Star is the same, but that kind of how we get there might be different. And so when you're getting someone, feel for dollars, appealing to their interests, of course, but, ultimately just sharing the same North Star. I think research helps a lot. There's a ton of research and data. I think people are really motivated by that, especially, if you're talking to an economic development person, the statistics about how much is saved on the back end, or what's the Frederick Douglass quote, it's better to prepare.
Build a child than repair.
Thank you. And so storytelling and narrative, I think, helps, with, getting physical resources. And then also just the rationale about why, you know, when I was at APS, we got a lot of public funding, of course, but there were some things that were restricted that we couldn't pay for. And that was my job. It was like, go out, Rachel, and like raise money for the over and above innovative things that like we can't get done with our public. You know, like we didn't even have a pizza party. So, you know, I'm calling Papa John's to be like, you're gonna do the pizza, you know? And so thinking creatively about your assets. And it's also you guys have heard time, talent, and treasure. So sometimes time is volunteer, you know, you can get people power. Talent is, you know, an example is we got UPS to help us think about our transportation logistics, you know, with our school buses, because that was our weakest link in the school district. You know, that was a talent thing, a skills-based thing, and then treasure, of course, is funding. But yeah, just sort of explaining why we need this, or like my favorite thing that I used to do when I was in APS was sort of going to philanthropy and saying, you know, I can get APS to commit 25%, 75%, you know, like they were getting a deal. So there's just a lot of different ways to go about it.
Well, I just want to thank you for the groundwork that you have already laid for early learning strategy as a whole. And thank you for being our thought partner and continuing to be our thought partner as we navigate expanding our early learning strategy. Thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
And before you go, I just want to say to the board, I know you can see that early learning is alive and well in the Atlanta metro area. And we have some critical steps that I believe all of the panel today, so that we can make sure early learning is affordable and accessible to all in Decatur. So thank you, panelists, for your expertise, and the board chair will make his comments, and then we'll pause officially.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, and Ms. Burton and Dr. Whitaker for putting the panel together, ensuring that we're on top of these trends in early learning. Quick pause just to rearrange the room. Thank our panelists, and then we'll be back on the agenda.
And then I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to seek your feedback on 3 student policy drafts.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. Today, we have 3 policies on our pre-work agenda. In accordance with our annual policy calendar, today's policies are in Policy Code J, Students. Policy JCEB, Student Hearing Procedure, is a revision to an existing policy. The other 2 J policies are new policies that were elevated by staff for consideration by the Board of Education. These policies are JQK, Exchange Students, and JGFG, Student Accident. Policies that are presented during pre-work are new business. These policies are being presented for board input and discussion. They are being shared to gather your feedback that can be reflected in drafting or revising future versions. I will share highlights of each policy and invite any discussion or feedback after each one. Policy JCEB, Student Hearing Procedure, was reviewed in response to Senate Bill 169 from the 2024 legislative session, which amended code related to disciplinary hearings in public schools. Specifically, SB 169 allows for both to extend a hearing date when mutually agreed upon. However, it sets a limit of 15 days after the beginning of the suspension. It also states that the hearing may be further extended by request of the parents, but only when agreed upon by the school. Finally, it requires schools to provide appropriate grade level instructional materials to any student receiving in-school suspension and other. In addition to accounting for the changes in response to SB 169, JCEB, Student Hearing Procedure, was also updated to reflect language from our freshly revised Student Code of Conduct. So you know, staff has been actively working with legal, and some recent revisions have been made in the last several days, such as paring down language that's unnecessary at the policy level. These will be reflected as we prepare the draft to bring to the board for first read next month. Does the board have any input on policy JCEB as we prepare the draft for next month?
I admit, having read this one particularly, looks like it's all green. I was wondering if there was more guidance or explicitness around what would constitute the framework in which the schools could agree to an extended. So it's not arbitrary, but that there is some definitions around what would constitute that.
You know, the changes reflected there have to do with the laws that were passed in the Senate bill that have to do with the ability of like the continuance of time and the mutually agreed upon times.
Okay.
Who is the hearing officer in the decision-making policy? Is that the board chair? Is that council?
No, it's actually, I'll have Mrs. Frances Holt come to the board. She is the cabinet member expert and the person that oversees the Student Code of Conduct creation as well as its implementation, and would be the staff member of expertise on this policy.
So we do contracts for those services.
Okay.
And we have an attorney,
Okay.
Dan White.
Okay. So it's a attorney, but it's not our attorney. It's functions as a third-party hearing officer.
When the need arises, we let our attorneys know, and then they reach out.
Okay.
So when we recently listened, I have to say that on that. When we recently listened to an appeal hearing, that would have been his voice that we heard.
Correct.
Right.
He's been working in our district for several years.
May I ask one question? This may be to the legal part, and it may not even matter. The composition of hearings, it says the members of a hearing include. So if, I think what I'm trying to ask is, what if the student doesn't show up or a parent doesn't show up? It doesn't say it must include, so that's.
So one thing, in some of the conversations with legal over the last few days, that composition of hearings is actually one of the things that they recommended we pare down and adapt into the regulations portion of it. So that'll be addressed in the next version.
That is because at times you do not have guardians that would appear, but the actual hearing would still take place.
Are there any other comments on that?
Okay, all right. We look forward to preparing a draft for first read next month. Next is policy JQK, exchange students. City Schools of Decatur has historically accepted foreign exchange students as part of our practice, but we have not had an exchange students policy in place. This draft policy was informed by our current practice and environmental scan of other Georgia school districts. It explicitly states that the Board of Education recognizes the value of international study and student programs. It defines a foreign exchange student and provides guidance for the enrollment and attendance of foreign exchange students in Decatur High School. Does the board have any input on policy JQK as we prepare the draft for first read next month?
Yeah, just ask one question. This was specific to students who would be enrolled in the district versus visiting students on an exchange.
Correct.
Is that 18-year, 6-month thing pretty standard?
We did have legal review it. We'll continue, but that is what we've had in our practice. And looking at the others, some of the others said 18, that kind of stuff.
I would just hate for like Rotary to have sweeten the year up behind us, and they're a 19-year-old, and we're like, oh, the policy says you're not allowed.
A little different when you're talking about enrollment and transcripts.
Okay.
That's not necessarily exchange.
Okay.
Sorry. This may be for a later conversation, but what struck me about this was whether we were thinking about our students that might want to be exchange students in other districts, or other countries, I guess, as foreign exchange students, and what parameters would we want set around that as well?
We can look into what policy codes there are and do an environmental scan for that.
And that, I don't want to volunteer for the work, so if this is a next year thing, that's fine.
I will say next year,
Okay.
and that will be a next year thing, but it is something that's needed.
Okay.
So a student who's here on a long-term visit that goes to class is not covered by this policy?
It really has to do with the type of visa. I've learned a lot about this. It really has to do with the type of visa. So if you're here like on a tourist visa or whatever, those aren't. So there are specific visas, and really there's a lot of companies that do this, right? That are accredited by the state and the CSIET. And so it has to do with the type of visa that allows them to really be a student.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
One more. I have one more. All right. Last this afternoon is policy JGFG, student accidents. Policy JGFG calls for prompt response of school personnel in the event of a student's serious injury or severe illness. In this event, notification of the school principal, school nurse, or principal designee, and student's parent or guardian as soon as possible is required. It also indicates a staff member will accompany a student during EMS transport when the parent or guardian cannot be reached, and that the parent legal guardian is responsible for related expenses. Once again, working with legal over the last few days, we've made some initial revisions, again, really largely paring it down to the key pieces that exist in the policy versus those that might exist in the regulation. That is updated in future versions for next year, or not next year, that would be a long time, next month. But in the meantime, does the board have any input on JGFG as we prepare that draft for first read next month?
There was, some language, and this, I don't know if this belongs here or in regulation, was just, something that ensured that the scene is safe. So if you have a serious illness, you don't want teachers or staff, going into a big scene, call for bystander help or immediately call EMS. That, but some ensures the safety.
Excellent, no, thank you.
I was, and I know legal has looked at this over, so I guess I was just concerned about the last bullet. Only use treatment methods within your skill level and your scope of practice.
So one of the things legal recommended was actually to remove those bullets. So those bullets in that last paragraph, it really, in conversation with them, we believe belong elsewhere. So we are going to make those changes for you. Yeah, great.
All of the bullets?
The bullets, the actual procedures, because they are procedures outlined, really they belong more in the regulation than in the policy level itself. So those would be procedures rather than the policy.
Okay, so yes, all of the bullets.
Yes.
So then, does that, and maybe we just wait until the next draft, so you have your first sentence, in the event of an accident resulting in, the principal, school nurse, or principal designee should be notified, and then is it something to the effect of follow the outline procedure?
Yeah, it should be notified as soon as possible, and then the part that we went to. So really, it's a little bit of clarification as well about acting promptly with the language that we replaced some of those. Here's the steps you need to do: act promptly and intelligently in emergencies for the saving of life, the prevention of further injury, and the alleviation of pain. But we will make sure we get all of those new, fresh, hot off the press updates.
Does this policy apply if you're not on school property, but under the umbrella of, yeah?
Yes, so school property, school transportation, or on school field trips, it would apply.
So do we need to put that in?
Absolutely. Yes.
I feel like I see these injuries a lot at football games, and you're not on school.
I'd like the procedure to, I think, I've seen staff, quickly call an ambulance, you know, and then sometimes it's not appropriate, and seen some parents. So as you think about procedure, I mean, I like that those bullet points are moving away to James' point, like getting into that, but so I'm probably bringing up an additional procedure thing, which is just sort of like, information about when to call an ambulance and when not to.
And part of that is required training that staff, must take on an annual basis. So that's where making sure we have a great, a solid what we believe and then how we believe it and how we monitor that our staff are aware of all of what we just said.
So that gives me a level of confidence with the question that I had, because, I mean, I can see where parents without significant means ends up being hit. And it was a transportation bill that we imposed upon them, right? And so.
And the how is typically what is done is a parent would have to say that I do not want my child transported. I am going to transport the child myself, and they have to sign.
In advance, like this would be a part of them signing their, like.
When they come, when it happens.
Yeah, but if we can't get a hold of that parent.
Oh, if we can't get a hold of that parent and the 911, yes, you're acting in locus parentis. You must transport the student if you can't get a hold of the parent.
But EMS is fairly trained, you know, like
Yeah.
if it's something, they're on the side of caution, if they call and, you know, EMS, they're like, I think it's probably okay. They won't always like transport you like the sirens, you know?
But if they do, if it's required, that's when staff member will actually ride along because you don't want the child by themselves. Depends upon the severity.
So in no circumstance am I suggesting that we not transport a child that needs it just because, or they need it just because we can't get a hold of their parents, but I am thinking this will happen. I am thinking of the situations where a parent with low means ends up hit with a $20,000 transportation bill. And that's just gonna be a difficult situation that we face when it happens.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. We look forward to the conversations next month and the work session on these policies.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, board members, for your discussion. That concludes the pre-work. We will return to the work session at 3:40 p.m., which gives you a 10-minute bio break and warm up.
Yeah.
Yes, I think, well, first of
I'm going to call the work session into order. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Dr. Whitaker, if you'll present our first presentation, introduce it.
Yes, thank you, Chair Herndon. I would like to call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, to share the redesign of our multi-tiered support system and dyslexia screening process.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed board members, Student Board Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gima Whitaker. MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered System of Support, which is a prevention framework designed to use data-driven processes to identify students early and provide them with the right support so students will be successful in all areas. A key finding in Dr. Whitaker's first 90 days was that MTSS needed to be completely redesigned. My team took the next 90 days to complete that redesign. Phase 1 is in full implementation with a focus on systems and processes. Phase 2 will emphasize the use of evidence-based practices and effective progress monitoring data review. This presentation will explain the components of an effective MTSS structure, how school teams are now effectively using assessment data to determine interventions, and how we are continually improving our dyslexia screening process. MTSS support may include academic, behavioral, social emotional, or attendance resources. There are 5 components associated with effective MTSS implementation: database decision-making, multi-level prevention system, screening, progress monitoring, and infrastructure. You are probably all familiar with this pyramid. This multi-level prevention system is also a component of MTSS, but only one part. The 3 tiers represent 3 tiers of instruction and intervention. Tier 1 includes high-quality instruction and school-wide prevention strategies for all students. Tier 2 focuses on the targeted supports some students need, and Tier 3 addresses the intensive needs of a few students. When looking at an individual student's needs, however, that familiar triangle may look like this. This student needs intensive intervention in reading fluency, like repeated reading given by a trained teacher daily, but is benefiting enough from the school-wide prevention efforts for attendance. In other words, the Tier 1 support for attendance is enough for this student. Database decision-making is the driving force of MTSS. At a system level, we are using data like STAR and the Georgia Milestones to determine where additional support is needed. For example, after analyzing our U.S. history scores, we saw a need to provide more support with our Tier 1 instruction. The curriculum and instruction team responded with quarterly teacher planning days and individualized teacher coaching sessions for novice teachers. At the school level, the MTSS team meets once a month to analyze student data. School teams use a protocol to review data at a school-wide level to identify school-wide needs and then use the problem-solving model to analyze student needs. For example, at Decatur High School's most recent MTSS meeting, the MTSS team looked at the attendance, behavior, and course proficiency data to identify students with support needs. Through an analysis of the existing data and discussion about the student as a learner, the team selected an intervention that was most appropriate for that student's need and developed a plan of implementation and monitoring. This year, the high school is using the Connect and Engage strategy as an intervention to increase attendance and work completion. Each identified student was also assigned a check-in person to build relationships, so each student has a trusted adult inside the school. We go to the doctor once a year for screenings to ensure we're on track to live a long, healthy life. Sometimes the medical team will decide that further evaluation or treatment is needed. We screen in school because we want to identify any student who needs additional support. Through our screening process, not only are we able to identify student needs and qualification for intervention programs, but we're also able to identify specific areas which a student may need additional support. So here you'll see at Beacon, for students who score below the 30th percentile on reading, the school team will also gather oral reading fluency data. By doing so, teachers are gathering decoding accuracy, fluency score, and observation on key reading behaviors. Additionally, screening data are used to help teachers make instructional decisions. Progress monitoring is the way we assess the effectiveness of the intervention. We look for a strong, limited, or no response to an intervention to decide if an intervention needs to continue, change, or stop. Infrastructure includes the additional parts that support this work, including leadership, professional learning, and community family engagement. This year, we hosted a STAR family webinar along with an EIP-REP family webinar, both of which are recorded and posted on our updated MTSS webpage. The MTSS team is working on a menu of interventions broken down by specific skill that increases efficiency for school teams. If another intervention is required because one was not a good fit for a student, school teams have a list of interventions to choose from. Previously, all schools submitted their own menu of interventions. We are publicizing one district-wide menu on our public-facing CSD and TSS website to increase transparency with our community. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that's neurobiological in origin. Last year, we did a dyslexia simulation with district and school leaders, and even Vice Chair Dr. Sultan attended. This year, we will be doing the simulation with our K-5 teachers throughout the semester. Tomorrow, we will host a dyslexia panel featuring a district staff member with dyslexia and her child who also has dyslexia to share their personal experiences at our monthly admin staff meeting. Before I begin sharing the dyslexia timeline, I would be remiss to not recognize key stakeholders and partners in this work. The members of the Dyslexia Task Force have been and continue to be strong advocates for all students in CSD and have been champions and thought partners in this work. Over the past 5 years, CSD has been refining its dyslexia screening process. Last year, we expanded our initial screening score from 20th percentile to 30th percentile to cast a wider net. This year, we moved away from using the additional assessment of the KTA-3 to a characteristics of dyslexia rubric for K through 3, which has been included as an addendum. While the law required K through 3, we expanded additional screening measures to include grades 4 and 5 through an oral reading fluency measure. By June of 2025, all K through 5 teachers and leaders, along with all secondary special education, remedial, and ESOL teachers, will have completed a state-approved structured literacy course. We believe all staff that are supporting students with learning to read should have this training. So let's take a closer look at our revised dyslexia screening process. Here is a first grade example. This year, all first grade students took STAR Early Literacy and 2 CBMs, the encoding and rapid automatic naming. Families received early literacy reports on September 5th. We had 31 first grade students that scored below the 30th percentile. If a student scored below the 30th percentile, the student received an additional CBM that was appropriate to their grade level and gave important information in alignment with characteristics of dyslexia. In first grade, students did a phoneme segmentation and nonsense word reading quick assessment. These assessments are given one-on-one and take about 1 minute each. 61 students took additional quick assessments. If the student scored below, the characteristics of dyslexia rubric is completed. And 33 students, in fact, scored below on those CBMs. These students begin receiving interventions and support based on the findings of the rubric. Many characteristics of dyslexia rubrics have already been completed, with NTSS teams already meeting and students receiving targeted interventions. All rubrics will be completed by October 31st. So here's our grade-specific data. As part of our dyslexia screening process, all students took the K through 3 STAR Early Literacy. The dark blue bar tells the number of students who scored below the 30th percentile for each grade level. Students then received additional curriculum-based measures. You can see the yellow bar has many more students receiving additional assessments. This is because NTSS teams and teachers felt that there were some students that needed additional assessment data identified so they could use that for their instruction, or they saw other red flags in working with the student. This indicates a positive shift in how our schools are using assessment data. After analyzing the CBM data, you see the number of students that we are completing the characteristics of dyslexia rubric for in the red. Intervention fidelity classroom checks have begun this month to ensure the interventions in the plan match the interventions provided in the classroom. MTSS is Equity Works. It's a structure whose sole purpose is to meet the individual needs of our students. And as we continue to grow our teachers' professional knowledge and effective Tier 1 instruction, along with using assessment data effectively to identify strengths and weaknesses, our achievement gap will close and our students will receive the support that they need to be successful in all areas. I'm prepared to take your questions.
Just ask one question about slide 8. Is that the thing that now is compiled all the district-wide interventions?
Slide 8. So we are building a district-wide bank of interventions, yes, and posting it publicly. Previously, schools would determine their own interventions and submit them, but we want to make sure that they are the best interventions. And then if you have something consistent, then we can train and support and monitor if we have some consistency.
Then one last, and I don't know if you can answer it because I only thought of it when I was looking at it. Would a parent, especially for the younger student, conceivably older, will they get to see, like, hey, these are the interventions we're using or we've tried? Like, is there something that looks like this?
For students,
Yes.
so if your student is, yes. So through those meetings, yes, the parent should be part of that and see, hey, this intervention, this wasn't working, we had limited response. Other intervention.
I was wondering, with the structured literacy training, do teachers get any special designation when?
Nation. It's a requirement of the law. And so, now, there are additional structured literacy trainings that we offer beyond kind of that state required, like the 2 years letters course. So that would grant you a distinction. Or if we also provide Orton-Gillingham training, that certification would be considered an additional distinction. Mm-hmm.
On slide 11, explain those, the 31, 61, and the 33 again. What snapshot of students are we looking at? Is this, where did these students come from?
Yeah, so this is a broken down first grade example. Yep. So after we gave that universal screener, we had 31 students score below, okay? So according to our flow chart, we would give this additional CBM, it's just a 1-minute assessment. So typically, if you just followed the flow chart and you weren't really thinking and looking at like your whole child, then you would see that it should be 31. But what our teachers did and our MTSS teams did was they said, hey, we have some other students, they're not below the 30th percentile, and I've seen some other reading behaviors or some other indicator, and so I just want to double check this. I want to give this assessment. And so that's a shift and a change when we're talking about data literacy, and it's an exciting shift. So then after we had those 61 students, we looked at that data and said, 33 scored below according to those CBMs. So we're going to the characteristics of dyslexia rubric and put all of this information together to inform our next steps. And that allows the intervention team to say, okay, this student has a need right here. It gives you much more specific data. And by us taking away, for the KTEA 3, we had to go through hearing and vision, and consent to evaluate. And I don't know if you guys remember from last year, but when I got up here and talked about data, there were still schools and kids that I was kind of chasing behind to get signature and consent and all of that. And so by us moving to this rubric, it's really compiling data from, that we already have, or quick assessments to then meet the needs of the students more quickly.
That makes sense as to why it's going to 31, 61, down to 33. Are some of these students being double counted? So you have 31, a kid could be in the 31, the 61, and then also in the 33?
Yes, yes. So, so what this tells me is that we had 31, we assessed 61, and then, so now, out of that 61, I've got 33. So certainly there are kids that are coming over from the 31 bucket and the 61 bucket to give us the 30.
So my question was about the specific details of that. So in the 61, all 31 students are in the 61, and then there's additional 30 students that were brought over. And then of the 61 students, the 33 students were all in the 61 student bucket. Are all 31 students from the universal screener in the 33 students bucket? Or do those students drop out? Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, okay, so it might be a different, we have students that scored below the 30th percentile, but that did not qualify for the dyslexia, the additional, like, they're still in the tier 1, I guess, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
It,
But we're gonna monitor them very closely through small group instruction, so they're not just lost.
yeah,
They're still different than the green.
so just from a data completeness standpoint, it would be helpful to understand what students ended up where from which buckets, right? I mean, so that would be kind of helpful to see where those breakdowns came. Because we're talking then about, it's hard to do the math on how many students in total are in any one of these individual, so is the total universe just 61 students out of this grade is what I'm, so we have, what, 10 students that didn't qualify, or they are under the 30th percentile, but we didn't feel were dyslexic, but we are gonna say higher, attention to them. 15 students in the next bucket, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to disaggregate exactly where these students fell.
Can we look at the
I think you're trying to follow it student by student. I'm in the 31, I get to the 61, now student A, where are you going at this point? You would need to see 31 or 61 different flow charts. What I will say is that by the time they are in that group of 33, we now have a decision to make, and that's where we are now.
So what I would be, I understand the complexity of this flow. I don't really necessarily care the flow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of the 4 tiers at the end. How many kids are in each of them?
We don't know that yet.
Well, the other counterpoint too is that from 31 to 61, you've gone up. So now you cast a wider net, which I think was a criticism we had in the past, was that we were using one metric, which was like math scoring, and the bar was too low, and a lot of kids were falling through the cracks. So now you've got, between bar 1 and bar 2, you've got a more sensitive test, so the net is wider. And even if some kids, graduate out and they, don't go all the way down to tier 3, at least the teacher still has an eye on them.
Jennifer, can you click one more animation? There you go. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay.
So you want to explain that green box that just came up on that animation?
Yeah. So we are, we started with STAR and then the CBMs. Then we did the additional CBMs, which are one-on-one. And now we are coming together as an MTSS team, reviewing that data and completing these rubrics. And from there, decision points are made individual to each student. they look and can be very different.
So can we just look at slide 12 so I can synthesize this? So that slide for first grade is the bars that we were looking at in the previous slide. So 31 students scored below the 30th percentile. And then the additional CBM, those are those different, like one-on-one, okay. And so that's 61 students that may include the 31, or definitely includes the 31, and then it includes an additional 30 students that were identified. And then City School District Decatur has a rubric. And so just
That's
one.
the characteristics of dyslexia rubric, not City of Decatur.
So then, I think this was asked, do those 33 students come from the 61?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I also have a question. So out of the 33 students that did the CBN test, how many of those students were scored above 30%? That makes sense?
Yeah.
So how many of the students who, scored above the 30% on the STAR test ended up testing?
So we aren't all the way there for characteristics of dyslexia, but in the first grade example, we know that there are 30 more students. So there are 30 students that were flagged by their teacher and saying, hey, I want to do a double check on this. There are 30 more students that scored above the 30th percentile that received an additional screen. So that's the jump. And then from there, we looked at those 61 students, and they scored below on that CBM. So that's where we get our 33. And of those students, now we are completing this rubric.
And so what was interesting to the answer to that question, once we know it, is that of the students that scored higher than the screener, but that we are now providing dyslexia services to, those are the kids that we have historically missed year after year after year.
Exactly.
And so
That's
I think the answer to Board Member Delaney's question is one that we're probably keenly interested in, because it really shows what we've missed historically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's one other, and I don't know if it's answerable, and it may be too much of the, doesn't matter. The first grade, the blue and the red are pretty much on par, but when you get to second and third grade, there are fewer in the red. Is that partly reading development and testing? Because what I'm seeing in the yellow, second grade in particular, there are a lot more students identified. Are there trends, or it's just the way it is?
Well, when I looked at third grade specifically, because that was a standout, and second grade a little bit. But in the third grade, many of those students in the blue bar have IEPs. And so at that point, their IEP is going to drive their next step. And so I looked at third grade specifically because it was such a dip.
Wait, so are we saying that 12 students in the third grade are incremental, that we have a bunch of students that are already receiving dyslexia services, and we identified an incremental 12 students that needed it? I just want to make sure I understand.
No, in third grade, there are students that have an IEP for anything.
Okay.
And so, and we also had ESOL students that were first year, so we would stop the assessments and not continue because they are being served through their IEP or through their ESOL plan.
So I'm sorry, so then it is incremental. What we're saying is that the 12 students, the 37 students, or some portion of those 37 students are already receiving services. There are 12 of them that we've been able to incrementally identify. I guess where I'm coming from is that it's hard to understand. I think this is to Board Member Anderson's question. Wouldn't expect 60% reduction in identified students with dyslexia between the third grade and the sixth grade. It ought to be relatively consistent, right, in the population. And so, are we saying that some of those students in the third grade probably are already receiving services and the 12 is incremental? Or that for some currently inexplicable reason, our third grade just presents a much lower percentage of dyslexia than our other grades? That I'm gonna have a harder time believing that.
I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
We're not finished the entire process.
Sure.
So you can't say that, oh, where are we going to land and how is that different? Because you don't have a final bar to say where did children land truly identified, based on their characteristics of dyslexia. We're not there yet. And what Mrs. Burton was speaking about is by the time you're in third grade, there are some students listed there that they have an IEP, not for dyslexia, but it could be for one of a myriad other things. And so, but once you're in third grade, you're also typically have been through school year over year for us, so we know in ways that we touched them in the past, whether it's through EIP or through, it could be ESOL, it could be any of those different things. But you have to realize that last piece is not finished yet, so we don't know what the final will look like.
But the 37 third graders who are below 30th percentile on STAR, does that include students who are receiving additional MTSS services for dyslexia?
Yes, it would.
And then the 48 also include those students.
Yes.
And then the 12 does not or does?
So when I'm talking about special ed, it could be that they have an IEP. So in
Understood.
third grade, there are 19 students that have an IEP. And so once we got down to, at the 37, I knew that we had 19 that had an IEP. We still screened, but then when we're going down to the characteristics of dyslexia, we're not going to make an intervention determination based on that. We're going to look at their IEP to drive that decision, because that trumps me.
So then that 12 is incremental then, correct? Because you're taking out of that 48, in theory, all of the students who had already received a tier level of service from previous years.
Yes, that is where
They have.
Yeah.
But if they, but essentially we're saying that those 12 students are the 12 students who were caught by the screener in third grade but had not previously been caught, or dyslexia became evident. I don't want to say the wrong language there.
I think maybe we're gonna wanna see this after October 31st, when the data has kind of gone all the way through. And because I think we're asking detailed questions about the outcomes of the data, and we haven't fully tied that down. So I'm with James on this. I'm confused by that, but I'm willing to put a pin in it for a couple of months until we get the answers.
I think maybe the crux of it is that this has come up before with some of these screeners, was
Yeah.
that maybe we saw, we were like, yay, we found something that works, and really for some of the kids around this sweet spot, third, fourth, fifth grade, they really had already been identified, and then we were kind of, I know I was confused. I was worried that maybe some of these kids had already been self-identified by other metrics, and, I think, like I said a couple of minutes ago, I'm happy that we have something that is not just reliant on a standardized test. So you can see the number jump up 3 times for kindergarten, 3 times. So that means 3 times as many kids now have the attention to the teacher. So
It's also safe to say that previously, by the third grade, parents who were pretty furious with the services that we were offering and had the means to self-select out had, and so you would expect to see fewer identified children at that point, and that is also our fault. I had a broader question. I think this might be a larger conversation, but much like NTSS, dyslexia, I know we're having this conversation with special ed. we're finally putting in place programs that are gonna be kind of comprehensive for the full education life cycle of the kids that are in our system. But we have built ourselves a multi-decade deficit of kids that haven't received these services and should have. And so what are we gonna do about the 11th graders? What are we gonna do about the 9th graders? What are we gonna do about the kids that we haven't served to this point? What are some of the things we do? I'm sensitive to a real sense of urgency. I get that this is very much a go slow to go fast process. It is incredibly important to institutionalize this and get the training right and to get all of that stuff right. But I would be very keen to also see a plan for intensive resources deployed towards the people who we've missed, frankly. They deserve to be provided options as well. And so for the next several years, because it is going to be several years for this to be properly institutionalized, what are we going to do for the kids that are kind of dropping between the cracks in the interim?
Yes, Board Member Utz, we did talk about that even in Cabinet earlier this week, when we're talking about the budget development for FY '26 and how targeted resources can be applied, specifically in the secondary level, for students that really we have not served. And so we do have students at the high school level who are reading on an elementary level, and they don't have an IEP. They're not identified as special education. So what will happen from, hear me, an 8 to 4 basis for those children so that we can be provided a quality education? So look forward to hearing that resource strategy in the budget development for FY '26.
Thank you to everyone for working on that. Yeah, very much appreciate that.
So, one of the 3 instructional leadership areas I was asked to delve into was around intervention. And so I have talked to you oftentimes about DIME, that 1, you design, 2, you implement, 3, you monitor, and then finally, E, you evaluate. So we did some redesigning second semester of last year, and as you can see, we're in the midst of implementing that redesign, where we do have a characteristics of dyslexia rubric, no longer having the KTEA3. Those are types of decisions of redesign that have been made that are in best alignment with what this board is desiring. So we are also all pretty much in red today. Thank you, Chair Herndon. In honor of Dyslexia Day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton, for the update. Dyslexia advocacy is very important to me, the board, and this community. And I'm happy we have a wider net being cast. Dr. presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Herndon. This is Adina Walker. Our Chief of Human Resources will provide the purpose of the school allotment guideline or guide and what we have in place for this current fiscal year, FY '25.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. Today's presentation will review the current FY '25 school allotment guidelines, also known as the SAG, which the district used to allocate staff this year based on student enrollment. Although the board did not approve these guidelines for FY '25, my presentation will provide a brief overview. As we enter the allotment process, you will have the opportunity to discuss any budget priorities you may have. We will then present the finalized staffing guidelines for your approval at the December board meeting for FY '26. The school allotment guidelines are directly aligned with two of our strategic accelerators, cultivating and retaining quality professionals and organizational effectiveness and excellence. So what is the SAG and why is it important? The Student Allotment Guidelines is a comprehensive document that contains formulas and criteria used to develop staffing parameters and school-based budgets, which are determined by a per-pupil funding model. These guidelines set clear guardrails for our efficient and effective use of resources. By establishing these guidelines, we promote transparency and ensure an equity-based approach to staffing, ensuring that staffing decisions are aligned with actual student enrollment and needs. Here we show the current student-teacher ratios for FY24 and FY25, which can be used as a reference when determining class sizes for FY26. It is important to recognize that local teacher ratios differ from state ratios, which are used to determine class funding. The funding sizes are essentially a starting point for districts to consider allotments. It is advisable that a district strive to meet or be above the minimum funding sizes for each grade level. The staffing allotment guidelines also outline school-based staffing per building, including administrative staff, clerical staff, instructional support, specials and connection teachers, special education teachers, and operational staff at each location. So here are the next steps with staffing allocations. In November 2024, the board retreat, you will attend the board retreat. The board will further discuss the staffing allotment guidelines, and you will give your budget priorities as we prepare for 2026. We will also have the first look at compensation for FY26 as well, which will include CSD's total compensation benchmarked with other Metro recent districts, as well as take a closer look at other specific salary scales to see where we rank competitively with those job categories. In December 2024, the board will approve the final draft of the school allotment guidelines. In January, each principal will receive their projected staffing allocations for FY26 during their staffing allocation meetings already scheduled for January 21st, 22nd, and the 24th. In addition to principals, key division leaders, including representatives from finance, teaching and learning, and special education will be present to ensure a clear understanding for each school's allocations for each program. Keep in mind, principals always have the flexibility in staffing in ways that meets their school's unique needs, as long as they remain within the provided staffing allocation. For example, if two principals consider sharing a special teacher, which that is perfectly fine, as long as the segments and scheduling works for both schools. Also in January, we project FY26 employment contracts will be distributed. In February 2025, the surplus and hiring process begins as principals assess their staffing in order to be fully staffed at the beginning of the next school year. In March 2025, the internal transfer process begins once if any surplus employees have already been placed. And also staff who resign or retire may go ahead and submit their intention to their supervisor. At this time, I am available for any questions that you
I don't have a question, but I do appreciate the note about the principals having the flexibility. I think that this is one of the most misunderstood, I'll get to a question, I promise, parts of our community, which is like I would want to be a principal indicator because of the flexibility to make these decisions about a parapro or Spanish or the number of kids in kindergarten, the number of teachers in first grade, and I love that. And you all question group meeting that there's also some training that's going into the SLTs and the principals, which if you're a community member listening to that, that is where you go to make and ask questions about what we're doing. I just want to ask you again, what sort of training do principals get to make sure, because it can be complicated to come in and say like, wait a minute, I get to make these decisions, the board's not telling me. So from an HR perspective, when do we start that? I know they received the staffing allocations and the guidelines and yeah.
I have the ability to go back. So right now, the schedule in January, so each principal, they have a DC allocation sheet, and it goes line by line for each grade level, for each special teacher, foreign language, anything that they have allotted to their school. And like I said, any support staff, they have all the numbers allocated on that sheet. And we train them how to look at the different, because before we were looking at the person who's holding that position. And so that's the training that they receive. And then we have, right now, currently we have creative staffing at our schools. We're job sharing in some positions. So the autonomy that the principals have are tremendous here.
If a principal, let's just devil's advocate here, looks at the numbers and is like, I can't make this happen. I'm going to have X and Y and Z, and I'm not meeting it. Are they trained on then who to bring that to as well?
Absolutely, and those key people are at the table for us to discuss it at that point.
Okay.
Of course, as a principal, you want as much staff at your school, but we have to make it make sense.
Right.
And when it comes to the student enrollment, we have to say, these are the numbers, this is what the budget is driving us to, how many classes that you're gonna get, and we handhold throughout the whole process. And then once they understand where those numbers are coming from, what their budget is, what their allocations are, they have a better understanding.
And I would like to add that we start the conversation around FY26 budgeting, budget cycle, as well as school allocations, starting tomorrow with principals. I start that conversation for next year, and they will have it monthly at their administrative staff meeting, as well as they're supported in their principal meetings directly by Mrs. Karen, Mrs. Scott.
I have a quick question about the allocations, the allocation numbers themselves. Those are, on slide 4, these are minimum, or I guess maximum ratios. Are these the ones that are funded by the state? Is that where we're starting, or is this what we're saying internal to City Schools at Decatur?
We're saying internal. We have a guide that's directly from the state. Say, for instance, for for kindergarten, the funding size is 15. And so we're looking at the sizes that we can manage here in the district. We pride ourselves on smaller classrooms. There's a max for the state as well, but we try to stay within those confines and making sure that our teachers are not overwhelmed with such big classrooms.
So then, to help me understand the ratio, I would have thought a 15-to-1 is smaller class size than a 23-to-1.
It is, and that's, you have to have 15 in a class in order for it to be funded. So we also are looking at our staffing numbers and what it takes to really staff the school. And so.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
So the state ratios are just the minimums of what's required in order to receive the funding.
That's correct.
This is what we're saying we can manage.
Exactly. The state is saying that you can actually go way over that, but we're saying at City Schools of Decatur, we're trying to keep those numbers as low as possible, but still make sense with the budget.
I'm not an expert on this, so my perspective on this is moot, but these numbers already look big to me, so I don't, yeah.
Can I just have a follow-up, I think, to, the question about the ratio, or more of a clarification? So this is the ratio we're using for funding. It doesn't necessarily mean that a kindergarten class will be 23. I think, Dr. Whitaker, you and I talked about this, there's some variation under and over.
It is some variation. Remember, 15 was my favorite for kindergarten. That means we have to have 15 in the class in order to receive funding. But when we're talking about 23, we're constantly looking at enrollment numbers.
Yeah.
And we're constantly in that conversation with the principal of saying, okay, I'm getting close to getting over this number. Does it make sense to create another class? Or can we, share or whatever?
So a prime example is a 23-to-1, but you really need almost 30 children in order to now split that class and make 2. in order for that class to be funded. So yes, it's provided on a 23-to-1, but you have to have and it varies. So, we shared this slide with PTL earlier this morning. And so they asked the question, well, why do you separate third grade from fourth and fifth grade? I said, because we have K-2 schools, but when it comes to state allocations, they don't think K-2 schools. A third grader developmentally is different than a fourth and a fifth grader, and so those vary based upon what state provides to us. And so we are taking what is that minimum funding, understanding what it will also take to actually keep and operate a school.
And then just one follow-up, I think, to Chair Herndon's question. I heard SLT, so I think the question was on the training for principals, but then is the SLT also advising, talking to the principal in terms of some of those determinations? So the SLT is involved.
Most of the time they have them on their recruit, their interview team. So they're always involved in the hiring process.
Thank you.
And one of the keys around an SLT is in the specific school local governance. And so I shared that today. I was explaining to the community why members of the Wilson team do not sit on the local school team. That's the time for the principal to lead their local school governance. And we are there to support, but we aren't there to be a part. So it's a different mindset to help build the leaders' capacity and also their credibility in their community.
Those were some intense conversations on the SLT, the Glenwood on I remember well, we can afford half an art teacher or full-time, and then, oh, I love him and yeah, that's very tough. So, that's good to hear.
I wanted, thank you, Mrs. Walker. I just want to reiterate that this is the conversation for FY25, what we're currently living, FY26, and that budget development is actually on the consent agenda. Last month, you heard that presentation for the budget calendar for FY26 as a presentation, and so there weren't any other changes, so now it is on the consent agenda, and it is definitely a part of this administration. A key piece to this is transparency. So that's why we are starting with this foundational knowledge that we can build upon as we're going into FY26.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. We look forward to discussion at our board retreat next month with these FY26 allotment guidelines. Dr. Whitaker, move on to the next presentation.
Yes, Chair Herndon, I would like to call on Mrs. Courtney Burnett, Coordinator of Legislative Affairs, and Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, to educate the board and the public on House Bill 581 and its potential implications for the city schools of Decatur.
Vice Chair Sultan, board members, Student Board Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. Today, Dr. Broom and I are presenting an overview of House Bill 581, which passed during the 2024 legislative session and could significantly impact all of our strategic accelerators, particularly Accelerator Number 4, Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence. As I mentioned, House Bill 581 passed during the 2024 legislative session. In short, this bill establishes a floating homestead exemption, capping how much home assessments can go up each year in an effort to tamp down property taxes. This exemption impacts property taxes for cities, counties, and school districts statewide. With floating homestead exemptions, the amount of the homestead exemption changes or floats when the assessed value of a home is compared to a previous or base value and a limiting factor is applied. In House Bill 581, the limiting factor is the rate of inflation as determined by the state revenue. While it passed in the 2024 legislative session, House Bill 581 requires approval of a constitutional amendment by all Georgia voters. The language of the constitutional amendment is in House Resolution 1022, which also passed during the last session.
The statewide referendum will appear as a question on the ballot for voters to approve in the November 2024 election. It will read as follows. Shall the Constitution of Georgia be amended so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by general law for a statewide homestead exemption that serves to limit increases in the assessed value of homesteads, but which any county, consolidated government, municipality, or local school system may opt out of upon the completion of certain procedures. If the voters of Georgia approve the statewide referendum, the exemption will go into effect on January 1, 2025. If the referendum passes, cities, counties, and school districts will be able to request a one-time opt-out of the property tax cap. Opt-out procedures include advertising intent to opt out in a newspaper of general circulation, conducting at least 3 public hearings with at least one starting between 6 and 7 p.m. on a business weekday, adopting an opt-out resolution, and filing the opt-out resolution with the Secretary of State by March 1st, 2025. I will now turn the podium over to Dr. Broom, who will provide additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sullivan, esteemed members of the board, student representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. A property tax exemption is a reduction or elimination of property taxes on a specific property or for a particular group of property owners. The City Schools of Decatur offer multiple property tax exemptions for which resident property owners may qualify. Included are general exemptions based on ownership and occupancy, as well as exemptions and disability. A homestead exemption reduces the taxable value of your home. For example, if your home is appraised at $450,000, then the assessed value is 50% of that amount, or $225,000. With a $50,000 homestead exemption, you only pay taxes on $175,000. The $50,000 exemption resulted in property tax savings of $1,015 for the taxpayer. Currently, the district has 7 active homestead exemptions based on various qualifiers, including age exclusively and age combined with various other qualifiers, including income. The exemptions amount range from $10,000 to the full property value being exempt. The fiscal impact to the district is based on the number of property owners that qualify and the exemptions paid. In the last 5 years, homestead exemptions have averaged approximately $6.4 million. House Bill 581, as previously described by Ms. Burnett, if passed, will be an additional exemption on top of any current exemption for property owners and will result in less revenue for the school district's primary operating budget, the general fund. The columns for fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 23 show the actual number of residential properties in the city. And as shown, the number of residential properties have slightly increased each year. Homestead properties are the total number of property parcels that are exempt for homestead purposes. The number fluctuates based on the exemption and the number of property owners that qualify and apply for the exemption. The assessed value of all residential property in the city of Decatur has increased from $1.8 million in fiscal year 2020 to $2.4 million in fiscal year 2023. The average assessed value, which is the assessed value of all residential properties, divided by the total number of residential properties, has ranged from $246,392 to $314,285. The average assessed value multiplied by the eligible homestead properties gives us an estimated assessed value of homestead properties. From fiscal year 24 to 2029, I projected the potential revenue loss for the district if House Bill 581 passes. Based on an estimated consumer price index of 3%, please note Consumer Price Index, also referred to as CPI, fluctuates and has ranged from 1% to 8% in the last 7 years. I projected 5% for the actual tax digest growth. In the last 4 years, the actual tax digest growth has ranged. Based on those projections and a millage rate of 20.30, fiscal year 25 potential revenue loss is approximately $500,000, and the potential revenue loss increases each year with a projected revenue loss of $1.7 million in fiscal year 2029. My numbers are shown. The actual digest growth rate has traditionally exceeded CPI rate. If passed, the reduction in the general fund operational budget from the property tax cap would negatively impact the district's ability to provide adequate educational services and competitive salaries. Overall, this would lead to fewer teachers, larger class sizes, deteriorating facilities, fewer safety personnel and resources, and a decline in overall educational resources. State funds will not make up the shortfall. The state has increased the district's reliance on local funds with unfunded state mandates such as healthcare costs, and increased compensation. SLOSS funds will not make up the shortfall. With the declining collection of sales tax, we have seen a drastic reduction in SLOSS funds. Approximately 60% of the district's general fund budget is funded through local property taxes. The cap introduces uncertainty, especially in economic downfall. If the property tax cap is enforced, the district may have to consider increasing the millage rate to cover basic expenses or face the ultimate negative impact leading to furloughs and job cuts. The quality of local schools directly impacts home value. Poorly funded schools may decrease the attractiveness of a community. Lower home values could affect broader community economic health, not just individual homes. While the cap might save homeowners a small percentage per household on taxes, the loss for the school district will be substantial. With increases every year and projected increases of over $1 million from fiscal year 2027 forward, immediate action must be considered and taken to avoid long-term negative impacts on our district and community. If approved by the local taxpayers, the district will have a single opt-out of the property tax cap by filing the resolution with the Secretary of State by March 1st, 2025. Failing to do so will lock the district into potentially damaging financial constraints. The election day for voters to vote on House Bill 581 is November 5th, 2024. The tentative and aggressive timeline for action and advertisement in the local newspaper of the district's intent to opt out on January 3rd, 2025. 3 public hearings on the district's intent to opt out will be held virtually on January 14th, 2025 at 10 a.m. and in person on the 14th at 6:45 p.m. The third and final hearing will be held virtually 2025 at 6:45 p.m. An opt-out resolution will be presented to the board at the February 11th, 2025 board meeting for board adoption. The resolution will be filed on February 15th, 2025. Any questions that you may have?
I have one. The one-time opt-out, are we permanently opted out?
Yes.
Okay. So basically all counties have to make a decision. What does it mean by one time then? So like you opt out right there at the beginning or you're stuck with it for life? Okay.
I think it's important to point out that we actually have a millage rate cap. I believe it's imposed at a city level, but I'm not entirely sure. It's 25 mils if I'm not mistaken. So just so that we're clear with the community, if we are under this cap, it will, so we're not going to be in a situation where we allow the schools to go underfunded, right? So what that means mathematically for the community is if we are under this cap, the millage rate is going to increase, and it'll increase fairly substantially, and it will only stop when we hit the cap. When we hit that cap, which will happen within the few years that we're talking about, then the schools will be underfunded unless we remove that cap. What is troubling with the selection of CPI is that the costs associated with running a school system do not track CPI, right? Teacher salaries don't grow at 3% per year, for example, not if we want to be a competitive district. Fuel hasn't stayed at that rate. The underlying growth rate of the district, with the exception of the last few years, but for a decade and a half, the growth rate of the district was, 3 to 4 times the CPI that we're talking about. And so this cap would prevent us from being able to be flexible to meet any sort of changes that are like that. And so I think people should understand the existence of this cap threatens the senior homestead. The odds of us being able to maintain a senior homestead exemption if we are under this cap gets greatly reduced. So there's just no way that we can be fiscally responsible and allow us to be held to this sort of arbitrary limitation. I'm firmly in support of ensuring that we apply for the one-time exemption and making sure that we are included in whatever steps we need to take to make sure that this school system and this district is able to continue to serve our kids.
I have one question about the hearings. Are these ones for which the public can speak, or is it? Okay.
It's a hearing, it's not a community meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I just want to let the board know, and you mentioned GEC already, the Georgia Education Coalition has been wonderful to work with. So GEC districts included in the working group for this work were Atlanta, Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb, Cherokee, Henry, Newton, and Paulding. So we met pretty much on a monthly basis, whether it's their legislative affairs, their CFOs, at times superintendents. All of the school systems assembled to learn more about the implementation of House Bill 581. We've created collaborative talking points and developed that uniform framework for the financial impact that was presented today. So being a member of GEC has been very valuable for us.
Can I ask a question about whether we want to revisit as a system 25 mil cap itself? And what would be required to evaluate that?
I believe that would be a conversation with the city, if I understand correctly, Dr. Broom?
Correct.
That's right.
Like they passed a resolution that we're beholden to?
Yeah. That was part of the agreement once the school district came from up under the city.
Very similar to conversations around bonds.
Mm-hmm. We have to approve them.
They have to approve them.
So that is just a function of being a constitutional versus charter. Oh, no, they're a charter entity too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I will leave it at that.
But we can cross that bridge when we get there.
Exactly.
Hopefully we don't have to. Thank you, Ms. Burnett, Dr. Broom, for that presentation. The board awaits the result of the constitutional amendment vote. Everyone vote. Sign up and vote. I do agree it will pass. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Sheriff Herndon, I would like to call on Mrs. Courtney Burnett, Coordinator of Legislative Community Affairs, and Ms. McCall Hart-Marunga, who is our, they will present our draft legislative.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Good afternoon, Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Sultan, members of the board, student representatives Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today, we are presenting a draft of the first draft of the proposed 2025 legislative priorities. The 6 schools of Decatur Board of Education annually adopt legislative priorities as of last year to support the end goals of City Schools of Decatur and all 4 of our strategic accelerators to equitably and effectively improve outcomes for all students. However, the creation and approval of legislative priorities is an example of organizational effectiveness and excellence. CSD's Board of Education will ask the Decatur delegation to support the approval of legislative priorities during the 2025 session of the Georgia General Assembly. I will now turn the presentation over to the person who represents us well during the legislative session, Ms. Courtney Burnett.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. The proposed 2025 legislative priorities are categorized as safety and security, mental health, funding, local authority, and governance. The first legislative focus area is safety and security. CSD supports legislation and funding that ensures every student feels safe, seen, and successful by proactively providing safe learning environments for all students and staff. Last year, we had a priority for the addition of a line item in the state budget for school safety, which the legislature approved. This year, we have a priority to continue to allocate funding for school safety in the state budget, making this a stable, ongoing priority. For 2025, we added a new priority to require safe and secure firearm storage for all citizens. This is a recommendation from the Be Smart program and supports a recommendation in House Speaker John Burns' recent letter to the House. The next 2 priorities are repeats from last year, as we continue to ask the state to allocate funding for monitoring potential physical and cyber threats and continuous training for school administrators, and allocate funding for the installation, licensing, and maintenance of physical safety and cybersecurity systems. Our next legislative focus area is mental health. CSD continues to oppose legislation that prevents schools from creating inclusive learning environments where all students can thrive in a manner consistent with their identities. This year, we are adding a priority to expand mental health care access, particularly for teens and young adults, which is also mentioned in Speaker Burns' recent letter. The next 4 mental health priorities are repeats from last year, and they include ensure the mental health and safety of all students, including those from historically marginalized populations, increase funding for training for mental health professionals and expand student and staff access to services, increase funding for school counselors for students in special education and gifted programs, and lower the student-to-school counselor ratio, where we will continue to advocate for the funding ratio to align with the American School Counselor Association recommendation, which is a student-to-school counselor ratio of 250 to 1. The current state funding ratio is 450. The third legislative focus area is funding. CSD continues to oppose the expansion of tax credits and private school vouchers that divert public funds to private education. The first 4 priorities listed are unchanged from last year. They are fully fund the QBE formula, modernize the QBE formula to account for inflation and adequately fund public education, increase state funding for quality early learning programs, increase funding for student transport to and from school, electric buses, and green infrastructure. Last year, districts received some funding for state-required literacy and dyslexia programs. This year, our priority will be to continue to advocate for increased funding for these programs. The last funding priority listed was a priority last year. However, this year we've added 2 additional bullets. We still want to reduce barriers to attracting and retaining talent, specifically by providing funding to support increases in the employer portion of non-certified employee health benefits. We also support Metro Research proposal to allow non-certified personnel to join the teacher retirement system instead of the public school employees retirement system, and provide funding for annual salary increases for all job categories. Our fourth legislative focus area is local authority. CSE opposes any legislation that overrides the constitutional authority of the locally elected City Schools of Decatur Board of Education. We are continuing to advocate to maintain local control over school governance and operations, maintain local authority over educational and curriculum decisions, instructional resources, local revenue sources. As a result of legislation like House Bill 581 that passed last year, we have added maintaining local control over local exemptions. The authority is to maintain local control and flexibility in implementing these legislative priorities. I will now turn the presentation back over to Ms. Hartman.
Thank you, Courtney. In addition to our priorities, the City Schools of Decatur supports the legislative positions and priorities outlined by the Georgia School Boards Association, as well as the priorities outlined by our partners, including the Georgia Association of Education Leaders, GALE, the Georgia School Superintendents Association, Georgia Association of Educators, and the Professional Association of Georgia Educators. As Dr. Whitaker said earlier, last year we joined the Metro Atlanta District in becoming a member of the Georgia Education Coalition. GEC was a great resource during the 2024 legislative session on a number of issues, which we recently discussed, keeping the member districts informed and providing opportunities for us to partner on responses to policy and legislative issues. In other words, they provided us muscle. Outside of the session, they have continued to be an invaluable resource to our district, responding to questions and requests, and facilitating additional collaboration between districts. I want to also mention that this year's legislative luncheon was originally scheduled for the December board meeting. However, due to a conflict in the annual meeting of the legislature, we are going to move that meeting to the November meeting. Because we are just presenting these to you today in draft format, we will be presenting them in draft at the luncheon as well, informing them that the priorities being presented will be submitted for final approval later that afternoon. Again, these 2025 legislative priorities are being presented as a draft for your review and discussion. We will bring the final draft priorities to you again at the November meeting. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, board, I will take that piece of silence and feedback to say that we can move forward with those draft legislative priorities presented as is, and then they would be on the consent agenda as presented tonight, next month in November.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Burnett, Ms. Moronga, for that presentation. We look forward to the delegation and seeing revisions next month at our board meeting. I'm personally excited about early childhood and hearing gun safety from the Speaker of the House. That was refreshing, and look forward to participating in that. Dr. Whitaker, if you could move us to the next presentation.
Yes, Chair Herndon, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, who is our Chief of Staff, to review policies for first read.
Good afternoon again, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. Today, we have 4 policies on the agenda for work session. These policies were discussed in pre-work last month. 3 are new policies: DIB, Financial Reports; DJEA, Purchasing Authority; DJEAC, Purchasing or Credit Card Use. 1 policy, DC, Annual Operating Budget, was a revision to an existing policy. If approved for first read, these policies will be available for public comment through Assembly. I'd like to take a moment to remind stakeholders that they can access any policies that are open for public comment by logging into or by accessing Assembly through the CSE webpage. On the Assembly homepage, on the right-hand side is where you will see the policies that are available for public comment. First, there is policy DIB, financial reports. Revisions were made based on input from the board last month to include additional details on when fixed assets should be capitalized. May I read the recommendation?
Please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy DIB, financial reports, for first read.
All right, yeah.
Who wants to make?
May I have a motion to accept DIB financial reports for first read?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Johnson Davis, thank you. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Lynch?
All right, second is policy DJEA, purchasing authority. No revisions were made to the draft that was discussed last month, but it was noted that a regulation has been requested in future years. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy DJEA, purchasing authority, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve, to accept policy DJEA for first read?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Davis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Any discussion? Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes. Third is the DJEAC, purchasing or credit card use. Board members were removed as eligible to receive purchase cards based on discussion by the board last month during pre-work. A few minor additional edits were made for brevity or clarity. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy DJEAC, purchasing or credit card use, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of DJEAC for first read?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Thank you for removing the part where I don't have to be responsible for a credit card. I appreciate that. Listening and gathering that feedback. Anyone else? Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, last one.
Last is policy DC, annual operating budget. This policy was a revision to an existing policy from last year to include a definition of a balanced budget. There were no revisions that were made to the policy that it was presented in pre-work last month. May I read the recommendation?
Please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy DC, annual operating budget, for first read.
Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Second motion. Any discussion?
This is just to jog my memory. I don't remember exactly where we aligned on this, but there was talk about ensuring the budget book was included as an element of policy. Was that this, or was that a different one?
We've already done that one.
Already done that
That
one?
was last
Okay. Great.
It's in there, it's codified.
Gotcha.
This one is literally just adding the line. It's like balanced budget is more revenues than expenditure.
And that's because that's best practice.
Same revenues is equal to.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Equal to.
Make sure that.
We're not raising funds. Yeah,
Dr.
it's at
Brewer
equal
is
to.
getting nervous. I just want to make sure we're doing it.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. We encourage the public to review the policies. They are posted on Assembly so that one of us can ask, was there any public comment? And we can hear at least one on one of these policies. That would be great. That concludes our work session. We will recess for 30 minutes to begin our regular board meeting at 5:35. Okay with her. All right. We'll call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. We ask you to silence your cell phones at this time. We will begin, as always, with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask at this time, everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Schools of Decatur's mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified, caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. First item up for agenda is approval of the board meeting minutes for October 2024. Board members, are there any revisions to that agenda this evening? Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Utz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Second motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of minutes from our previous board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve September's regular board minutes? Thank you, Member Utz. Makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilman Davis. Any discussion of September's minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Dr. Whitaker. Moving on to our next agenda item, I see that we have a lot of faces this evening. Are we recognizing anyone?
Yes, Chair Herndon, I would like to call on Mrs. Karen Newton Scott, our Deputy Superintendent, to facilitate tonight's recognition.
Good evening, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Student Board Representative Delana, and Superintendent Whitaker. I have the pleasure of making several presentations this evening from Glenwood Elementary and Decatur High School. We will begin with Glenwood Elementary. Dr. Brookins, if you would come forward. Glenwood Elementary would like to shine a light on our student-led community circle and our parents band, The Flock, as well as the amazing music teacher, Ms. Catherine Pierce. So would you all please come forward? The Flock is comprised of Glenwood parents, Chad Allman, David Wanamaker, Kurt Dupuy, and Kyle Bryant. They perform and accompany Glenwood students at our bi-weekly Community Circle gathering. Community Circle is a community-building labor of love for students, staff, and families at Glenwood Elementary School. It is created and led by our students, along with Glenwood's music teacher, Ms. Catherine Pierce. Glenwood is so proud to announce that The Flock recently performed at Decatur Education and won a $1,000 grant for their music education program. Ms. Pierce has collaborated with The Flock and Glenwood's admin team to determine how best to use the grant money to enhance the music program. They have decided that this is an amazing opportunity to expand the percussion instruments. They will add tubanos to the West African drum set, a class set of paint buckets for bucket drumming, and an ocean drum. They would also like to host a West African drumming ensemble with a portion of the funds for the whole school to attend. Glenwood sends its gratitude to DEF, The Flock, Ms. Pierce, and the entire school community, and look forward to continued partnership with the community and opportunities for students to continue to grow and engage in community circles. Thank you all for your support and dedication to the students of Glenwood Elementary and City Schools of Decatur. Next, we will recognize our Decatur High School National Merit Scholarship semifinalists. Dr. Sproul, if you would join us up front. We are proud to recognize 8 Decatur Decatur High School students who were named as semifinalists for the National Merit Scholarship. The National Merit Scholarship Program is an annual academic competition among high school students for recognition in college undergraduate scholarships. The program is conducted by the National Merit Scholarship Corporation, a non-for-profit organization that operates without government assistance. The United States high school students who enter the National Merit Scholarship Program enter by taking the preliminary SAT or the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. It serves as an initial screen of over 1.3 million entrants each year, and by meeting published program entry and participation requirements. These 8 academically talented high school seniors had an opportunity to continue in the competition for some 6,870 National Merit Scholarships worth over $26 million. We hope that these students get to join Gordon Glitchstein, Decatur High School's class of 2024, as a National Merit Scholarship recipient. As I call your name, please join your principal up front and remain until all names have been called. First up, we are recognizing Owen Beck. Mia Brown. Also, Evan Ebersole. Emma Bond. Beatrice Pritchard. Louisville Rand. And Eleanor Stern. Congratulations to you all, and we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much. Next up are the Georgia Governor's Honors Program finalists. The Georgia Governor's Honors Program is a residential summer program for skilled, knowledgeable, and talented high school sophomores and juniors. The program offers instruction that is significantly different from the typical high school classroom and is designed to provide students with academic, cultural, and social enrichment necessary to become the next generation of global critical thinkers, innovators, and leaders. Governor's Honors is held in midsummer as a residential educational experience at Georgia Southern University. Students attend classes in the morning and afternoons in specific areas of study, and they participate in a wide variety of social and instructional opportunities every evening. The program is fully funded by the Georgia General Assembly through the use of taxpayer dollars and is offered at no cost to the students. Decatur High School's 2024 finalists are as follows. Please come forward as I call your name. Aiden Tagami. Did I get it right, Aiden? I always want to know. Oh, okay. Aiden is going to, his nomination area is engineering. Okay? Victor Agalori. Victor's nomination area is agricultural research, biotechnology, and science. Next, we have again Emma Fong. Emma's area is science with a focus on chemistry. Next is Robert Gordick. Robert's nomination area is computer science. Next, we have Michael Kilpatrick. Michael's nomination area is world language with a concentration in French. Now we have Ellen Kolsnikova. Ellen Kolsnikova. Ellen's focus is computer. Kaya Molstein. Kaya's concentration is science. Hillary Rucker. Hillary's concentration is mathematics. Peyton Sobin. Peyton's nominated for social studies. Eleanor Stern. Eleanor's concentration will be communicative arts. And last but not least, Ezekiel Werner. With a nomination in music with a concentration on strings and the violin. Let's give all of our awardees a round of applause. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Whitaker and the board members down for photo opportunities with each group. Parents, feel free to get up and get your photo opportunity as well. Thank you.
Right, this kind I'll stand my tippy toes, I can talk. All right, I know. This is
All good? All right. Congratulations. They should stand behind us. Look at this group. You gotta be tall to get there, American assignment. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. You can intermix.
Put them in chairs. Come on back here. Well, here, that's right here. Yeah, I'll just. I like being taller. One more. All right. Congratulations. Molly, 10 years total. 2 years down. In front of Molly. You gotta go in front. He's just the drummer. Put him in the back. That's what always happens. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Perfect. I'm gonna stare at the camera. No. You failed? Your school picture was beautiful. I remember. And you're handsome. Party in the middle. Context clue, Jamie. All right. Good. All right. Good job, Dave. Nice to be in the room. Right.
All right. Dr. Whitaker, do you have a report tonight? That's next on our agenda.
Yes, I do, Chair Herndon. Good evening, City Schools of Decatur. In recent weeks, we have witnessed the devastation caused by Hurricane Helene, faced frequent air quality alerts caused by chemical plant fire, and felt deep sorrow over the tragic loss of lives in a local school district. Our thoughts also remain with our many students, staff, and families who have very personal connection to countries currently suffering from war. As a school district, we recognize the upheaval, whether at a local, national, or global level, can affect us all. As with all organizations, local, state, and national, City Schools of Decatur is navigating the complexities of ongoing change and uncertainty while maintaining our purpose of educating the diversity of students who enter our doors. Like all organizations, CSD is dedicated to navigating these complexities. I want to reiterate to our school community that while we are still a district in progress, we remain steadfast in our mission to create a school district that promotes inclusion for all. So tonight, we are proud to announce the Scholastic Aptitude Class of 2024, otherwise known as the SAT. According to the results from the Georgia Department of Education, the City Schools of Decatur rose to number 2 this year out of 182 school districts across the state, outpacing the metro and national averages. Specifically, a total of 73% of the 2024 graduating seniors of Decatur High School actually took the SAT, earning an average score of 1169. This score represents a 22-point increase, mean overall from 2023, including a 7-point rise in evidence-based reading and writing and a 15-point increase in math. The entire school community celebrates the accomplishments of our 2024 graduates whose achievements reflect the district's commitment to academic excellence and college readiness. To further highlight student performance, Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott will provide an update on the spring 2024 Georgia Milestone Assessment results in all content areas, along with the newly released, as of today, graduation rate for the class of 2024.
Okay. Good evening again, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana, and Superintendent Whitaker. How do we know how much a child has learned? Scale and say, yep, they've learned this much. Learning like health is a construct. Your doctor can't directly measure how healthy you are, but he or she can directly measure variables that reflect health. For example, your doctor can take blood pressure and your temperature, perform various examinations, and ask how you are feeling, and combine those data points to determine if you are healthy. When we assess, we can only assess a proxy or an attribute of learning. No students will experience and capture the amazing traits and attributes that make them the beautiful people they are. And assessments don't claim to. A test designer's job is to create a tool that can measure particular skills and particular standards in a particular way. We then evaluate the outcomes to determine for that assessment on that day where students might be in their learning. For us, that assessment is the Georgia Milestones. Georgia Milestones is a single assessment system that consists of end-of-grade measures and end-of-course measures. Currently, grades 3 through 8 have both ELA and math outcomes. Grades 5 and 8 are math and science, and only 8th grade takes ELA, math, science, and social studies. Our outcomes are categorized in 4 levels. First, we have beginning learners. For those learners, they do not yet demonstrate proficiency and will need substantial academic support to be prepared for the next grade level. Our developing learners demonstrate partial proficiency and will need additional academic support to ensure their success at the next grade level. Our proficient learners demonstrate proficiency in the knowledge and skills necessary at their current grade level, as specified in Georgia's content standards. These students are prepared for the next grade and are on track for college and career readiness. And last but not least, the top performing level would be categorized as distinguished learner. These learners demonstrate advanced proficiency in knowledge and skills necessary at that grade level. Students at this level are well prepared for the next grade level or course and are well prepared for college and career readiness. This evening, we will examine the recently released math results. Please note that these outcomes were delayed due to the introduction of new math standards last school year and the development of a new measurement scale. I am pleased to begin by highlighting the outstanding performance of our students in mathematics. Their results showcase a strong grasp and mastery of math concepts across all grade levels. This achievement is a testament to the hard work of our students, teachers, and support staff. In this presentation, you will see the performance of various racial subgroups within our schools, and you will see the average percentage of students scoring in the proficient and distinguished categories. While we will present data for all student groups, our analysis will focus particularly on the performance of Black students. This emphasis aligns with our strategic plan and key performance indicators, which target improving outcomes for our Black subgroup. Highlights of our 23-24 math results include that all of our student outcomes were above state and Metro RESA averages. CSD ranked in the top 3 school systems in the Metro RESA, and in comparison to the state, our 7th grade ranked first in the state for their math performance, 6th grade ranked 3rd, and 5th grade ranked 4th. The arrows you see right now indicate whether performance has improved compared to last year, or if we've experienced a slight decrease. If there is no arrow, it signifies that the score has remained unchanged from year to year. Specifically for our Black subgroup, there were increases in performance in grades 4, 6, 7, and 8, with the largest gains in 4th and 8th grade, where the percentage of Black students at proficient and distinguished increased by 10 to 12 percentage points. The average performance overall for our Black students increased by 4 percentage points. We are trending in the right direction for our mathematics performance. For English Language Arts, CSD students performed above state and RESA averages by 30 percentage points. Our scores for grades 4 through 8, our scores for grades 4 through 8 are ranked number 1 in the metro area, and 3rd grade ranked number 2. For the state comparison, all grades ranked in the top 5 for the state. 5th, 6th, and 7th grades ranked 2nd in the state. 3rd and 4th grades ranked 3rd, and 8th grade ranked 5th in the state for the highest performances in ELA. In comparison to the previous year's outcomes, grades 4 through 8 maintained or increased in performance, with the greatest cohort gains in 5th grade with 14 percentage points and 8th grade with 9 percentage points. Again, I would also like to note the growth in outcomes for our Black students in grade 3. Performance grew by 13 percentage points, grade 5, a whopping 21 percentage points, 3 percentage points for grade 6, and 4 for grade 7. When average, performance overall for our Black students increased by 7 percentage points. For science, our story is very similar. 5th, 8th, and high school biology outcomes were above state and Metro RESA averages by 20 percentage points. Gains were made in both 5th and 8th grades, and both grades ranked 2nd in the metro area. 5th ranked 14th in the state, and 8th grade ranked 7th. We experienced growth in both grades for our Black subgroup. For 5th grade, we grew by 8 percentage points, and for 8th grade, we grew by 6 percentage points. For biology, these outcomes had a slight decline from last year by 2 percentage points. So last year, we had 76% of students proficient in STEM. On this slide, we see both 8th grade social studies outcomes and high school U.S. history outcomes. Our 8th graders, again, performed above state and RESA averages, and in comparison to the 2023 outcomes, This represents an 8 percentage point gain and a 7 percentage point gain for our Black student subgroup. The story shifts a bit when we examine high school U.S. history outcomes. The U.S. history data does not include outcomes for students enrolled in AP or IB level courses. Therefore, the figures represented reflect only students taking U.S. history as a general education course. This data is revealing as it gives us an indication of how students who do not traditionally take AP and IB courses are performing. This level of disparity can get masked when other data is combined. Despite a 3-point gain from last year, our student performance in U.S. history remains slightly below state and RESA averages. Additionally, our Black student performance declined by 8 percentage points. For U.S. history only. In our first round of walkthroughs for Decatur High School, we were able to observe U.S. history classes and determine where our high leverage opportunities for improvement are. Dr. Sproul and his team, supported by Teaching and Learning, developed a plan for adjustments to pacing and real-time support on a weekly basis. We are actively tracking and will assess the effectiveness in increasing focus and learning for students in U.S. history by our first 90 days. For American literature, students performed above state and RESA averages again. We have an 8 percentage point gain overall for our performance and a 4-point decline for Black student performance. The same plan I share for U.S. history is to improve in this area for American literature. We are monitoring the implementation steps outlined in the plan as well through observations and regular check-ins with teachers and the administration at Decatur High School. For algebra, outcomes were also above state and RESA averages. CSV ranked in the top 3 systems in the Metro RESA region for algebra concepts and connections. This was a new assessment as well, therefore some comparisons to previous years would not be appropriate. However, we can compare proficient and higher outcomes from year to year. Overall, scores increased from the previous year's administration by percentage points, which is to be commended. Black student performance also increased by 12 percentage points, which is also to be commended. Dr. Sultan, if I could dip a toe into your world for a moment and reflect on the health of CSV based upon these outcomes shared, I would conclude that overall we are in a healthy range. However, overall I would conclude that we are in a healthy range. We are one of the top performing districts who is making gains across academic content. We have some of the largest gains in our targeted subgroup. And these gains are the largest we have seen over the last 3 years. We achieved gains for Black students in ELA and math in several grades. However, healthy does not mean that all things work and that we don't have things to work on. Agree? There are areas of concern that we still need to address. While we are trending in the right direction, we have not yet achieved success for all. So this picture is from last May, and it captures the heartfelt moment when Decatur High School graduates joyfully tossed their caps into the air, symbolizing the combination of years filled with hard work, cherished friendships, and supportive teachers and families who guided them through that educational journey. This celebratory moment represents an impressive 95% graduation rate among our seniors. This is an increase in our 4-year graduation rate, And it not only demonstrates our students' hard work and dedication, but it also stands significantly higher than both state and metro averages. As we celebrate this milestone, we remain focused on maintaining this upward trajectory and ensuring that every student has the opportunity to thrive. Together, we will continue to build on this success and strive for even greater achievements in the future. In closing, I'd like to remind everyone that the end of grade and end of course data presented tonight are also available on our website through our data dashboard, as well as the 5-year trend data for all grade levels and courses.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott, for highlighting student success in all areas. While we are pleased with the gains that has been made in the aggregate, we still have work to do to close achievement gaps for Black students and economically disadvantaged students. In Mrs. Newton-Scott's presentation, we provided the average percentage of students scoring proficient and above by race. Over the past month, I've been on data tours in the upper elementary as well as our middle schools, discussing these results by cohort. For example, if I'm a 7th grade teacher, I want to know how my current 7th graders performed in 6th grade, in 5th grade, in 4th grade, and so on. That is cohort analysis, and that is what teachers use to inform instructional decisions. However, the state holds us accountable for targets that are not cohorts. We are held accountable to the arrows that you saw in the presentation today. So, how the 7th grade class last year performed as compared to the 7th grade class 2 years ago. On the data tours, I share both perspectives at the aggregate level and scores by race. Now that we have the math scores, I will do the same data tours at the high school later this month. I should also note that these scores show our growth in just 1 year and that we are inching closer to the pre-pandemic levels. When the state releases our college and career ready performance index rating, hopefully in December, we will be able to inform the board and the public of the results for our economically disadvantaged students. The state does not provide that file until we get closer to the CCRPI release. In the interim, our data dashboard on our website has the majority of what was presented today, with the newly released math and graduation rates available by Friday. I invite staff, students, and our community members to share their thoughts on our growth during my fall listening sessions. The first one will be virtual on this upcoming Monday, October the 14th. The link will be accessible on the CSD website. There will be 2 more in-person opportunities, one on October the 23rd at Talley Street Upper Elementary School, and the second being October the 29th at the Decatur Housing Authority. I will also provide information on how early learning and the urgency of another site is integrated into the roadmap for student success in all areas. Before I end my remarks, I want to inform everyone that today is Go Red for Dyslexia. By wearing red, we are helping to spread awareness for dyslexia, which is one of 7 disabilities that we are highlighting for National Learning Disabilities Awareness Month. Next Friday, October the 17th, CSD students and staff will go pink in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The community is invited to join us at the end of the day for a pink out at our Decatur High School varsity football game. In October, we also raise awareness to end domestic partner violence. Chair Herndon, that completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Sure. Yeah. I assume you have questions about data over there.
It's not a question, just an observation that I want to make sure that we keep front of mind as we review the data. For a couple of the subgroup performance, when we talked about how some of our Black students were doing and that the numbers were actually growing from previous year, I want to make sure that we always include what the rest are doing as well. Algebra was an example that stood out to me where we said that the Black subgroup had improved by 12%, but the overall group had improved by 15%. In my mind, that means the gap of equity grew. It did not shrink. And I just want to make sure that we're aware as we look at this information, even though we may have good, 12% sounds like a good number, except for the fact that it means that they did not improve as well as the rest of the students. And I just want to make sure that that's front of mind. Closing that gap is what our objective is, not just throwing the numbers, but closing that performance gap is what our objective should be.
May I ask a clarifying question regarding algebra? So all eighth graders took the math EOC, and then eighth graders taking algebra or ninth graders taking, or other students who had to take algebra, primarily eighth and ninth, were reflected in the algebra score.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so eighth grade, if you were on level, you're taking the EOG.
Yes.
EOC is the algebra.
But we have that
Eighth grade.
accelerated path, okay.
They're included.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Next agenda item, the chair's report. On behalf of the board, thank you for joining us in person and virtually to learn about the progress of our strategic goals to achieve positive academic and social emotional outcomes for all of our students. I must commend the administration for their support of schools, the persistence in navigating the district through these past weeks. I also want to reassure our school community of the board's commitment to ensuring students and staff are safe and making CSD a district where every student is safe, seen, and positioned for lifelong success. Something that I have struggled with personally in the school safety world is that it just doesn't often make sense, and it doesn't make sense sometimes to share publicly the safety procedures. Seeing the little Glenwood kids today reminds me of an event that opened my eyes. I was upset because I didn't know where my first grade daughter was during an intruder event at Glenwood. I was furious that I not know where she is, and the principal at the time, not Dr. Brookins, looked me in the eye and said, "You do know we have to prepare for the event that you could be the issue." And it took my breath away. Obviously, we weren't publicizing where the kids went. Obviously, we weren't publicizing exactly what happened. Another example is as we were opening up Talley Street, this is also before my board meeting, and there was a discussion of the windows and what would be bulletproof and what would not be bulletproof. And some parents said, can we get a list of which ones aren't bulletproof? Which sounds like a logical question until you just stop and think about it. You're like, no, as part of our safety, we are not going to tell you which windows to attack. So in many ways, it means that secrecy that makes me uncomfortable has to remain. I got several texts last night after the email and the text from the board about threats to our school system, asking me if I knew anything, if I had received for the Decatur police last night. And the honest answer was I didn't know anything that wasn't in the email written by McCall and her staff. But I will tell you this, as a board, we are committed to doing all we can legally to protect, prevent, and respond to threats, to investigate all threats thoroughly and with vigor. And I heard Dr. Whitaker earlier today, she is not a police officer. And so in many times when we say Chief Richards and the others have investigated the threat, it's not like our third grade math teacher is confirming that they have done their job. We are taking law enforcement at their word that that's what they've done and sharing it with the public. Most importantly, we are funding the necessary safety and crisis response of the district, tools like Centegix and updated cameras and detectors and training and additional, and just naming a few things that will be funded, we are considering. Just let me assure you, as board chair, father of 2 daughters, the safety of this staff and its students is my top priority, and in every conversation I have, this board's top priority. Speaking of success, I'm pleased with the gains in student achievement. It's a tough road to celebrate gains, but be aware of places where we still have work to do, particularly for our traditionally marginalized students. During today's pre-work, we continued our book study on the governance core, school board, superintendents, and schools working together. The board updated our communication norms. Pre-work included an informative early learning panel. Guests showed their expertise on deepening the board's knowledge of the trends and steps for success as we move towards implementing our own early learning objective into our strategic plan. There were then 4 presentations during the work session. The first was an update on MTSS and dyslexia, including an overview of the processes and interventions and the results so far of the 23-24 STAR literacy screening, which is not complete. Literacy is a key focus area of the strategic plan. We are continuing to monitor this and work closely. The second presentation was an overview of the school allotment guidelines. These are essential in preparing for next year's budget, and we reviewed recommendations for policies related to finance. During the next 2 presentations, the board learned about the potential financial impact of House Bill 581 that passed last legislative session. It will be on the ballot this November. It's a floating homestead exemption bill that limits annual increases in home assessments to reduce property tax hikes. That's a mouthful. The draft of the legislative priorities followed for our review. I encourage the community to look them up, provide feedback. The final presentation was a final review of the proposed FY26 budget calendar. All of this is available on Assembly for those who are interested in learning more. Last week, many of our students, staff, and families enjoyed the festivities of National Night Out, hosted by the Decatur Housing Authority. It is annually held in October to coincide with the National Observance of Crime Prevention and Safety Month. National Night provides a fun atmosphere for community building and promotes police-community partnerships and awareness. That's just one. There are so many amazing things happening around CSD. Dr. Whitaker mentioned the DHS Bulldogs early. We're just barely 3 months in the school year, and we're on a roll. Shout out to Coach William Felton, who was the winner of the Atlanta Falcons Coach of the Week in the AJC. This week, the team will be recognized by Fox 5 as the High Five Team of the Week. It's also exciting that with sponsorship from Georgia EMC, the GHSA selected Decatur High School as the 2023-24 recipient of the Region 4-5A Cooperative Spirit Sportsmanship Award. Love to hear that. Wow. During the work session, we recognized 8 students who were among the 1% of seniors nationally to be selected as the merit finalists, the 11 Governor's Honors Program winners, and finalists for the National Merit will be announced, next semester? Way to go, Bulldogs. Congratulations to the DHS students and the staff who support them. Wish you the best in your academic pursuits. As National Hispanic American Month continues, so do the school celebrations. There with art, authors, music, and dance. The Bulldogs at Beacon Hill are enjoying a school-wide avocado hunt. Avocados are a key ingredient in Spanish culture, representing cultural pride, family gatherings, and abundance. At Tally Street, reading is lit, and it is out of this world. Students and staff at all of the schools are recognizing National Book Month with a variety of fun activities. I myself did an amazing job reading a book to a class of 4th graders. Killed it. I've also heard Winona Park is for the birds. These days, they are working to create a rotation for the bird feeders in front of the school on Restaurant Row, be cleaned and filled, and they want the community to help. So check out their school newsletter and the CSD Weekly to find out how. To kick off their fall EL education expeditions, kindergartners at Glenwood got a visit from the expert animal man, that's in quotes there, and had an opportunity to meet and learn about some unique animals. The Glenwood parent band, The Flock, and their amazing music teacher were recognized during today's board recognitions. I want to shout out DEF for hosting an amazing event to help support music in our community, and it was fun seeing so many of Those that family band's amazing. I feel like it's on its 5th generation of parents. So get set, get ready. All the schools are gearing up to join millions of families across the country for the annual Walk and Roll. That's happening this week. In October, we are commemorating the history and achievements of the LGBTQ+ community. And finally, we join the National Shout Out to School Principals this month for overseeing the magic. Thank you for setting high standards for instruction, student achievement, and a sense of belonging in our schools. That concludes my remarks this evening. Board members, do any of you have any thoughts to share now?
Well, I also read a book.
I heard second best.
So shout out to Principal Lockwood and Miss Needham's second grade class at Claremont. I had the best time. They were having today at Earn Pajama Day. And what really, really made my day, and I've been telling all my friends about it, after I finished my book, I just looked over in the corner, there was one student, he gave me something, he said, and I mean, I almost just melted right there. So I just want to thank them again for the invitation.
Else? Thank you all. Board, we will now move to the consent agenda items, which include monthly items such as nutrition, finance, and personnel, and overnight out-of-state student travel. I'll solicit comments from the board on each item. After the item's been discussed, we'll move it to consent. There will then be a motion to accept the consent agenda items at the end of discussing them all. So consent agenda item 1 is school nutrition. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Dr. Whitaker, we have a monthly financial report.
Yes, Chair Herndon. Dr. Lunita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening. The August 2024 financial reports and definitions of function codes are located in the Senate agenda. The Finance Department operates based on the district's 4 strategic accelerators with a specific for organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial transparency. The general fund budget is $106,670,736. As of August, the district collected 26%, or approximately $27.3 million of the budgeted revenue year to date, which is in line with the percentage that was collected this time last year. August revenue is 90% less than the amount of revenue collected for July due to the large 41% collection of property tax revenue received in July. Property tax revenues are collected in April and December. The April collections were recognized as current fiscal year revenue and account for the district receiving such a large percentage of budgeted revenue within the first month of the fiscal year. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year. As of August, the district has expended 13% of the overall budget, or approximately $11 million, year to date. For the month of August, expenses equated to approximately $8 million. This is 96% higher than what was spent in August 2023, which is due primarily to salary and benefit increases. In addition to salary and benefit increases, expenses in August are higher this year than in previous years due to changes in when employees who work 185 and 190 days are paid. In previous years, employees that worked 185 and 190 days had a waiting period prior to being paid. Their payday started in September and ended in August. This meant if an employee started in July, their first payday was not until September 15th. As you can imagine, this negatively impacted recruitment and morale. So under Dr. Whitaker's leadership, to ensure equity of all employees, we align their payday to coincide with other district employees from August to July. So basically, we are paying them on the front end instead of the back end. For the month of August, there was a deficit of approximately $6 million, which means the district expenditures for the month were $6 million more than the monthly revenue. The $6 million has been deducted from the fund balance. Overall, year-to-date, there is a surplus of approximately $22 million, due primarily to the large receipt of property tax collection posted in July. Last year, this time, there was a surplus of $19 million. The surplus of revenue is normal at this time of the year and accounts for the healthy fund balance of approximately $35 million, which includes a balance of approximately $19 million. Please note that the fund balance will continue to decrease as expenditures increase. August revenue for capital and debt funds consisted of $603,915 from earnings on investment and SLOC 6 collection. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year, and the $204,000 deficit was deducted from the fund balance, which was approximately $7 million in August. Fiscal year 25 anticipated expenditures for capital is approximately $12.7 million. Special revenue funds are grant and debt funds, including federal and state grants not budgeted in the general fund. We're currently closing out fiscal year 24 grants, receiving reimbursements, and preparing for fiscal year 25 grants. School nutrition revenue and expenditures are trending within the same range as previous years. The $35,884 surplus of revenue for August increased school nutrition fund balance to $1.7 million. Last year, this time, school nutrition fund balance was $1.6 million. I will be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Hearing no comments, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item 3 is the personnel report. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item 4 is overnight out-of-state travel. Any comments from the board? This item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item 5 is the budget calendar, FY26. We discussed it in the work session last month. Any comments? This item can be moved to consent. Consent agenda item 6, Winona Park Elementary playground equipment. Any comments? Excellent. Oh, okay.
Sorry, can we go back to one thing?
Yeah.
The budget calendar.
Sure.
And given the calendar we saw, depending on the results of the election, are those aligning? I don't know if I'm asking the right question, because these are actions, right? So these are independent of that result.
Yes. So what you saw for House Bill 581 is not, that is separate of our budget development. So those are hearings that are specifically associated with House Bill 581 and the floating homestead exemption, not the budget development calendar for FY26 for our school system.
Thank you.
Okay. You threw me off with using the word election there. Wait, what? Who's up for re-election on this board? Okay. Great. Winona Park Elementary playground equipment. Any comments? Hearing none, this item to move to consent. And consent agenda item number 7 is camera systems. Any comments? Excellent. Hearing none, this item can move to consent.
Chair Herndon, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 7.
Do I have a motion to approve those consent agenda items?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Utz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Second motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Moving on to information reports.
Yes, thank you, Chair Herndon. During September's work session, staff presented the capital budget, and we have submitted the revised presentation with the budget on slide 6 to reflect reallocating funds to the safety and security line.
Let me put that in English.
Yes, last month, the board had a presentation about the capital plan, and we, at at that juncture decided that, I could move the funds from the duplexes line to safety and security. I stated that I would resubmit that budget line to the board. It's not one that has to go for vote, as it is a capital plan, but I did want to make that information known and public to the board that we have reallocated those funds.
That's what I wanted you to say. Move money from the duplexes so that we can fund everything that, we need to for safety as our top priority. All right. Next item up for agenda is public comment portion of the meeting. Do we have people signed up for public comment? And I have this thing to read. The following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This is a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. A person wishing to address the board during public comment must sign in before the period begins and must state their connection to CSD and/or the City of Decatur. To allow time for board's other business, public comment is ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, we may extend the time. The time limit is 3 minutes. The person speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time. Comments should be addressed to the board as a body, not to any individual board member. At the chair's discretion, persons violating this policy will be asked to step down. Speakers, please be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting. The chair will terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge into hate speech or defamation, I will ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers, you may not address confidential student or personnel matters. Those should be submitted as concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment, will not speak to the substance of the comments made. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with the person speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, can you call our first speaker?
Yes, the first speaker is Nia Batra.
Oh.
Good evening, board. Dr. Whitaker. On September 20th, high schoolers across the state walked out of their schools to demand better gun legislation in the wake of the massacre of 2 students and 2 teachers at Appalachia High School. At Lambert High School in Johns Creek, Georgia, over 300 kids walked out and rallied with the support of school administration without consequence given their return to class after the demonstration. We saw similar turnout in many Georgia high schools, from Central Gwinnett High School to Jenkins High School in Savannah. By the board's encouragement and policy JCEC, I reached out to DHS administration about our intention to walk out. Unlike Lambert High School, Decatur admin refused to accommodate the integration of our demonstration into the school day, despite the date being chosen intentionally before break on an early release day in order to minimize the disruption. Even though the administration encouraged me to communicate with them, they never communicated their intention to advise teachers to write down the names of walkout participants in order to write us all referrals for skipping. After the murder of 4 students and teachers, this moment called for solidarity with Barrow County and Appalachia High School community and a promise to advocate for them. We wore black and held 4 minutes of silence for each of the victims. This work didn't end on September 20th. Personally, I believe it is my duty to take action in mobilizing young people in Georgia to make our voices heard in this election during legislative session in January, and until justice is delivered to the victims of Appalachia in the form of common sense gun safety legislation that will keep us safe in our schools. While this district may pride itself on a commitment to inclusion and advocacy on behalf of the voiceless, these actions make that promise feel hollow. I want to make clear my intimate understanding of the consequences that come hand in hand with speaking up in protest. Historically, it is Black and brown people that feel these consequences the strongest. In this instance, we are not protesting against our administrators or educators. We are showing up so that they too might come to work, feel safe, and return home to their families each night alive and not in a body bag. It is therefore deeply disappointing consequences for walking out on September 20th, but to have been led to believe that such consequences would not exist by those entrusted with our care and with our education. As a student in this district and the elected representative of my peers for the 2025 to 2026 school year, I'm calling on Decatur to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alyssa Pachulik.
Hey, hi, I'm Alyssa Pachulik. I have 3 children, 2 of whom are in the Decatur school system. I'm here today as a mother, and particularly as a Jewish mother and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, seeking reassurance that I can trust that my children will feel safe while at school. Right now, I'm rattled, very rattled and unsure. Yesterday was October 7th, 2024. This marks the year anniversary of when Hamas militants invaded Israel, murdered 1,200 people, raped women, and took 250 people as hostages, of which 101 remain in Gaza. This anniversary sparked a collective inner grief within the Jewish community. The world changed on this day for us. It's really for all of us. We are now a part of this new world where polarization is the norm and anti-Semitism is on the rise. Honestly, as Jews, we feel scared. We are asking questions, many like, will our community support us? Should we isolate ourselves and send our kids to Jewish day schools? What is our place in America? Will we soon be like France, where anti-Semitism is rampant and an expected part of life? Jewish families are having these very discussions at home. This is common. This is our new reality. It's such a fraught time, sending our kids to school can feel like an act of faith. I have to trust that my community will be sensitive towards my children, as Jewish children, yes, but even more as fellow humans. Yesterday, on October 7th, the anniversary of Hamas's invasion, a City School of Decatur employee and part of the DEI department wear a keffiyeh to Decatur High to mark the occasion. Keffiyeh is a scarf. It's a symbol of Palestinian solidarity and liberation, notably worn by Arafat, who is historically remembered as no fan of Israel. The choice to wear this garment on this particular day was intentional. Student body. I asked my 7th grader, who goes to Beacon Hill, how would you feel if you saw a teacher wearing a keffiyeh at school, not on any day, but particularly yesterday, October 7th? His answer, this was unprompted, terrible. I would not feel safe. I would turn the other way. And this is particularly problematic if there's DEI and the person is affiliated with DEI and it's supposed to be part of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe this is a difficult time for all of us, but there is no room for any purposeful acts of divisiveness on an expected sensitive day for Jewish students from staff. We need all of our children to feel safe at school. The stunt that occurred yesterday is against our core values of inclusion and empathy. It was a betrayal to DEI. It's a violation of, I'm fine. I can just say it was disturbing and needs to be looked into.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Lauren Wadenmaker.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment to all of you this evening. I stand before you now as a Jewish mother to 3 Jewish students in City Schools of Decatur. I have written a letter already to Dr. Whitaker and have copied the board, so I will not belabor the point. But I would be remiss to have joined you all here this evening on a totally separate occasion and not mention something that has heavily weighed on my heart and on the hearts of many other parents in this district. I wish to comment on an action taken yesterday by a member of CFE staff who serves as a leader in the district equity office. This equity staff member deliberately chose to wear a keffiyeh in Decatur High School yesterday, October 7th, the 1-year anniversary of the single deadliest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust ever in Israeli history. Do I have a problem with the CAFIA? Absolutely not. Yet context matters. Yesterday was a day of mourning for Jews around the world. The complete lack of respect and empathy by this equity staff member is appalling, and in no way does it perpetuate this all-in Decatur mantra that we hear continuously. I urge you to consider the blatant insensitivity and intentional exclusion of Jewish students caused by this staff member's actions. Again, this is an individual who was hired with our tax dollars to promote inclusion in our schools. I would expect better judgment from someone in this position. The ramifications to our students' psychological safety are significant. Mr. Herndon, you spoke about physical safety at length. I would beg that you understand that psychological safety also has significant ramifications here. I trust you will take swift action on this disturbing matter of student safety, in which, again, a CSE equity staff member has used their position to undermine the CSE diversity, equity, and inclusion mission that they were hired to uphold.
Thank you.
Mr. Herndon, those are all the.
I'd like to thank all of the speakers for taking time to be here tonight to share your perspective. It is very important for us to hear. Final agenda item is future dates. Next Tuesday, October 15th, the board will convene with the City of Decatur Commission for a retreat at Agnes Scott. The agenda topics to be discussed so far are early learning, shared spaces, and effective collaboration and communication between our two bodies. This agenda will be published on Assembly Friday, October 11th. Our next board meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 12th. For future dates. But you're speaking at Agnes Scott. Why is that not on here?
We have the State of the Schools on Friday, October the 11th, from 9 to 11 at Agnes Scott as well.
All right. Hearing no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:43 p.m. Thank you.